did you hear it actually? Did you hear the car driving noise? Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you probably did.
Yeah.
All right.
So we will go to this temporarily, and then we move. Right?
Yeah. It started early though. What the hell? Oh no! I forgot the start time is 5 minutes early.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
All right. So then you do want a screenshot of this then?
Yeah. Can you just?
I think there's a way to screenshot preview. Is that the pose you want?
I mean, I don't really, yeah, let's go.
I don't know where the screenshot's saved to though.
I actually wanted to ask drop. Whatever. We'll screenshot for the second match. It's fine.
Alrighty.
Just transition.
Okay.
I'm ready.
This is so stupid. This mic keeps falling for some reason.
Nah, it's because the cable pulls at it. It's very annoying. What do you mean? Oh, because I'm all right.
5 seconds remaining.
I do need to get myself more cable in between the break though.
It's very annoying, this stupid cable. It's just that the design of the mic is really not made for the cable to go behind it for some reason. Because it pulls so fucking badly.
Alrighty.
Nah, so we just go to full screen draft.
Okay. Ready?
Do we go to this, or?
Yeah, we're coming back to this, right?
Okay.
Do you have a speech in mind to explain what the hell we're doing?
No.
Alright, then you're just gonna wing it.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Hello, guys, and welcome. You are joining us now on a road trip through the Eastern European region, where we get to cast some of the best Dota around. We're going to be casting the lower division for the ESL DPC Eastern European League, and we have been set up on this wonderful voyage, as today we wait up for the game to start between Hustlers and Bait.
Yeah, indeed. We got our own little broadcast van here, but they made us drive it ourselves all the way through Eastern Europe, so...
Can you please look at the road? You irresponsible man.
It's fine. We're just a straight road. But we do have a draft underway here for our first match, the Hustlers, a name that's been Latinized, but I will not try and pronounce, versus B8. So we'll go ahead and transition on over and see what we got going here for our draft of game number 1.
Yeah, so you guys can see the full screen draft clearly, right? We don't want you guys to miss any Dota action. We will continue driving on this unsafe road as we cast this wonderful game. Hustler, a little bit of information. Bait, many of you know or should know that 5UP unfortunately cannot play with the team. He was their position 4, but unfortunately due to some medical complications, he's unable to play in the DPC leagues for now. We're not really sure what's going to happen to him just yet, so we hope for a swift recovery for 5UP. But they will have a stand-in. His name is Illusion. You guys might recognize him as the position 4 for Team Unique, where he last played. He started his... you might also remember him from Magic Hands, which was a team that was part of the CIS Tier 2 team for a while. That's where Illusion really made his debut and kind of surprised everyone with his great Earth Spirit and Rubik, two of the heroes that he really stands out on. So, Bait, we've already started with the Cuddle and the Terrorblade, a combo that we've seen a lot. No surprise, because RDO is the best Terrorblade in Brazil, together with Xctklpbl. These guys, required to share the title, they've been fighting against each other for a long time. RDO is much more of the intensive farming Terrorblade. He's much more of the hard carry Terrorblade, whereas Xctklpbl tries to be more about the lane control and trying to put some pressure with the illusions. So in this case, RDO, much more of a safe carry here with the Cuddle, so it makes sense to have the combination. And for Hustlers, they're going to go for the Elderton Timbersaw. Timbersaw also a very well-known player, a very well-known pick here, because both Phonic and Magical can play him.
Yep, it's going to be Duster on the Coddle, almost certainly for Bait. Strong position 5 here, of course, for the lane. You can go ahead and use that Chakra Magic to reduce the cooldown of usually Conjure Image or sometimes, I mean, it reduces everything, but Conjure Image helps him farm a little bit faster in the lane when he's very usually dependent on the, the Metamorphosis to actually get the damage done, especially versus Timbersaw, who's got high armor, and well, Timber is not going to, or rather, Terrorblade's not going to want to get too close to the Whirling Blades of the Timbersaw.
Indeed, the Timbersaw's a pretty solid pick in general against TB, right? The lane, sometimes he struggles depending on how aggressive you play the early and how much you pressure that the Timbersaw before he gets his passive. But once you get the level 5, level 6, and you have enough tankiness to withstand a Terrorblade, your pure damage is a bit too strong against him. And he's also one of the better heroes at hunting him in the jungle, right? Timbersaw can just really move around, find a Terrorblade, trying to farm camps alone, and punish him exactly for that. But I think this is one of the times where I think RDO is going to show us his prowess, right? Because him being a consistent farmer, him being a really safe carry, I find that he's going to probably play in the right spaces. Not let the Timbersaw have any free opportunities and find farm despite the fact that Timbersaw is going to be hunting you constantly.
I'm really excited to see how the squad, I mean, they've been playing in the CIS region for a while, ever since the Spring Illusion, I mean, not the Spring Illusion, rather the Realms Collide
tournament. Where they moved through Ukraine.
Yes, they are currently based in Ukraine, so Eastern Europe. And so they've been practicing here. I imagine getting some scrims in, especially here with Dendy in the middle lane. But I'd be curious to see how much of like the SA play style they're actually going to bring to the region, because we commented on it quite a bit yesterday, seeing a lot of the map rotations, the tendency of CIS to gank the safe lane from the mid lane, which is not always the case generally speaking. And I want to see if Bait maybe bring a different spin here to the lower division here in CIS. Judging
by the interviews that Astini's been giving, where he's been literally smack talking SA up and down the aisle, I don't know, because he does seem to be much more if anything, he idolizes the European and CIS styles, which he kind of jumbles up in one bag. I'm not really sure. I think we can maybe find a mix, because part of the reason why they came here originally when they came here was that they thought they could learn more from the scrims in CIS, or sorry, in Eastern Europe, or in general European teams, because Ukraine is somewhere in between, right? So you can play with both sides very easily. So I don't know. Bait could be a mix, or they could have completely become the Russian team that we love, or the Ukrainian team that we know and love with Dendy's guidance.
Yeah. Dando in the mid lane. There's going to be the Dark Willow.
Okay.
Good position for. Leaves your support duo, in my opinion, a little bit weak. The Coddle's not really between the 10 and 25-minute mark. He doesn't have a whole lot of impact while he's looking to be farming his Aghanim Scepter. The Dark Willow, though, does give you a little bit of solo kill potential, especially against a Timbersaw. The root's very, very strong against him, of course. So you can actually kill him pretty easily with Bedlam, even at level 1, versus the Timber, as long as he doesn't have max reactive armor for that regen. But the Coddle, I feel like, doesn't provide you a whole lot. He is very, very good with this Solar Bind ability at actually slowing and basically getting a stun onto Timber if he tries to Timber Chain away.
That's true.
But it doesn't, I don't know, it seems a little bit underwhelming, especially compared to the ET Marana.
Oh, 100%. The Solar Bind, I mean, ask Jenkins what he thinks about that ability. The Solar Bind is an ability that is easily countered by TPs, that Timbersaw can still proceed to Timber Chain afterwards, so it's, as you say, basically a stun because it can't move, but you can still Timber Chain places, right?
That's a good point, yeah. It'll reduce you to minimum move speed, which is 100, which is not a stun, right? Yeah, exactly. It's important to state.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So here they pick up a Drow Ranger for Hustlers, which, okay, seems to work with their lineup. They have some really nice Vanguard on the Timbersaw and Elder Titan, good protection. Not necessarily a save, but certainly still a strong lineup for a Drow. But what's interesting to me more is that Bait has decided to then answer with a Tidehunter. Usually a really bad lane matchup against Drow. His Anchor Smash did get buffed recently in terms of the range, right? So you can actually hit range heroes a bit better, but Drow is just too far off. And I know it's one of their comfort heroes. Fat has been playing the Tide for quite a while. He definitely loves the hero, and he's coming back into the meta a bit more, so I can see that line of thinking. But against Drow, the laning is going to be really tough for you. And right now, the laning in general for Bait is looking a bit tough, because the Terrorblade might be able to win their levels, but Timbersaw, I can believe, comes up on top. Marana is a much more efficient ganker, and Timbersaw is great for Marana because she can gank him. She can gank him in really early. Timbersaw can be left alone super early. It's not a big deal.
Yep, once it gets 4 and 5, really, exactly, is the time the Marana can start farming the jungle, farming up her Yule Scepter this game, probably to be able to solo kill the Coddle or at least lock him down.
Yeah.
Send some fishing arrows mid. Yeah, that's my major concern here. It looks like Bait are kind of setting themselves up to get crushed in the laning stage after like the first 3 levels. Yeah. But maybe it's all a Bait. Who knows?
It's all. I think it seems like they might be trying to go for the mid game, right, where they just kind of recover in the mid game, take advantage of Tide, Willow, and Coddle, where they do have really strong teamfight abilities, and then trust Terrorblade to carry them in the late. It wouldn't be a bad idea if Terrorblade didn't have such a bad core-to-core match against Drow, because all your base armor goes poof, and Drow just destroys you really easily. So maybe not the best of idea. I don't know. The last pick is also for Hustlers. It's going to be a Magical's pick, and we've already banned his OD, which is no surprise there, especially considering that the heroes come back into the meta. Magical used to play a lot of OD before. You can still run a Kunkka here if you want to do the combo with the arrow, which is really effective, or even something simple like an Ember.
Yeah, I think for Bait, I think you're going to be looking to capitalize potentially on the lack of area damage that we really have. Drought Ranger is amazing versus a single target, even if it is a TB, but maybe you can pick up something here. I'm not sure any mid laners that are illusion based or like building Manta, something like that.
Yeah, something with a Dispel is what you're thinking, or?
No, I'm thinking of like lots of illusions here,
okay.
because that's what, that's kind of what the Hustlers lack at the moment. Drought doesn't deal well versus crowds.
Yeah, but you can go for the Axe Maelstrom build then, right? Like, it's not, I don't think it's impossible for Drought to deal with illusions. I don't think it's such a straight counter. It's like, if those clinks, sure. I wouldn't risk it for the mid lane.
I could see that.
I wouldn't risk it for the mid lane right now. I feel like bait. Oh, they've actually banned the Ember.
Ban the Ember, ban the Storm.
You want to go for something consistent. Extend these hero pool.
Pudge.
I mean, on the tanky side, though, I wouldn't mind, first of all, Kunkka, or alternatively, even a DK, but you're up against a Timbersaw, right? Like, you just want something that can't die to the Mirana gank. I think if Hustlers want to play around the Mirana, it's going to be very, very difficult here to... I think if they want to play with the Mirana combo, it's going to be very difficult for Dendi to survive that lane, unless... Because the puck has been taken away, which is maybe the hero I would suggest. Maybe Lina, so you can stand far behind, but then again, you're still vulnerable to ganks.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Lina here, to be honest. It's good magic damage versus the Timbersaw. It outranges the ET quite easily. You got plenty of move speed as well to be dodging arrows.
Yeah, but it's risky because you're also an easy gank. You know, it's like picking up a Zeus. Your lane is good, but then the gank is...
Yeah, and you don't have last pick.
Yep. I don't know. Beta's really thinking about this. I don't know what to go for themselves. The DP, okay. Yeah, I actually should have suggested that guy. So a pretty solid Dendi pick. One of the first guys to ever make this hero work like properly as a win condition and competitive, actually. Back in TI3, I will always remember that draft, which is a draft where everyone's doubting. It's like, they don't have a carry, they don't have a carry. Then he's like, I'll carry. And he did carry, indeed, with the DP. It was a really nice game. But... yeah, I guess DP's fine. She's not that vulnerable to ganks. She stops the Kunkka from being a strong pick, which is what Hustlers probably was going to go for now.
Yeah, especially because, like you said, it's the easiest arrow setup in the world. It's 100% guaranteed.
He's also great against TB. He's great against Tidehunter. I mean, you might still want to go Kunkka, to be honest, because they're still so good against the rest of the
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, you're going to get pushed out of lane really, really early on, and you run the risk of losing your mid tower, which normally opens up the map for enemies. But who's going to be running at you this game? DP, Tidehunter, Willow? Like, I don't think so. Yeah. It's not. Maybe if there was a Nyx assassin here on the bait squad, I could see it. They're going to go with the Viper instead.
Yeah, okay. go for the simple... I mean, you already got really solid lanes, so you might as well go for something that will secure that even further. Viper's a great matchup against Death Prophet. Viper's great against Tidehunter, also solid against Terrorblade. Not a bad pick in general. And if they do go for a Will-O-Wisp, now you have a second one apart from the Drought Ranger that can hit it, right? On top of the Mirana. So, I like it. I think it's a solid... I actually like the draft considerably more by Hustlers. I'm not really sure... the Tidehunter pick doesn't give me too much confidence. I don't think the Terrorblade is going to have an easy game. I know it's one of RDO's comfort picks, but... if there's ever a game where he's going to lose on TB, it's going to be this one. Yeah. I would side with Hustlers, honestly. I mean, coming into this match, Bait was looking really strong in the close qualifiers, but...
I will say their team fight is magnitudes better here than Hustlers, though.
That is true.
I mean, and if they set up for a tower siege and still have Ravage to use, and they haven't popped meta, and maybe meta BKB is ready to be used, and it's just Dendi sieging the tower with Sexy Fat probably tanking as well, I don't really see such an easy way for the Hustlers to try and actually engage and actually stop that push. I think that's where they will have difficulties this game, but overall, I think the draft is going to be a bit better.
Sorry about the sound issues, guys. We just realized with the 5 minutes, we're gonna try to make sure that doesn't happen again. Might be on the touching of the cables. We'll try to figure this out as soon as possible. Hopefully in the game there's no issues. But do keep us informed about any sort of mic issues you keep hearing, as producer is on it. Alright, let's see how this works out for both teams.
There are better deaths. There are better deaths.
So, as the teams get ready, we have, of course, the pause. People don't know this, but actually in SA tradition to pause in the beginning of the game, so you must do this, of course. Please state the reason of the pause. I love that ESL admins are so serious, but it's SA, man. It's just tradition. Back in the day, you know, when Dota was played in Peru back in the 1500s, you know, this is how they decided essentially who would get. This is how wars happened. They would just gauge wars against each other. in the Dota client back in the 1500s, of course. And so they, of course, always had to pause in the beginning so that generals could walk up to each other and decide what the rules of the game were. Because, of course, back then computers didn't exist, you fools. So they had to play Dota with people.
The generals had to meet mid and say dash all pick.
Yeah,
dash,
exactly.
What dire enable? I don't remember it.
And it was a whole ordeal because, you know, if I want to pick a Tidehunter, I have to make a whole Tidehunter dress for my warriors. You know, I have to make sure that he has like fish to throw at people. It was very confusing. You guys don't understand. What are you called? Zoomers are very used to the PC version of Dota. And I'm glad, but unfortunately back then it was much harder to play this game.
It was.
Yep.
This is going to be the case here as we take a look at our starting items and what our lanes are actually going to end up looking like.
Thank you.
Getting unpaused.
Yeah, so
Davai, says Duster. Already learning a little bit here. That's going to be from
go.
Vamos. I know Davai is. Yeah,
no, but Duster is Brazilian.
Oh, that's right, he is. My Portuguese is not up to par, however.
I actually don't know either what to say. I'm sorry. I'm on the Peruvian side, but it was the Brazilians that moved to Europe instead. I'm glad I get to cast these guys though still in the European region. I'm missing SA a bit, so it's nice to see that the Brazilians gave me this little break. Right, no matter where bait goes, I will be casting them. It seems like.
There it is. Confirmed biased caster.
No, I literally just said Hustlers was going to win.
A nice ward here in the lane, watching over the Bounty Rune.
Yeah.
Roshan. I mean, Roshan at this page of the game is maybe if someone runs in there.
Can you check that ward for a second?
Which ward?
The ward Dyer put down here. And, oh yeah, actually, after the fight, no fear, no. Yeah, so can you check where it goes to, though? Like, near the mid lane? Oh, so it goes behind the tree. So you can... that's interesting. So you can actually check this ward if you're behind the tree. So that's how you usually go and check the wards, right? If the tower hits you behind that tree, then you're able to know there's a ward around here. But I guess that ward is much harder to de-ward, so I think that's the idea behind it. It gives you similar vision, but there's no... I would guess the ward is up there.
If I was a support, some context clues, why are all these trees chopped down, right?
Yeah, if I was a support and I saw that, I would notice that, but I think they're going to regrow in time.
A lot of these players, you have to remember, played in the era of Dota when you could use Quelling Blade on wards, so it wasn't too infrequent for supports to actually pick up a Quelling Blade simply for that purpose and engage in de-warding wars. It was always really fun to watch. But also, a lot of supports will sometimes still pick up a Quelling Blade on occasion to drop down some sneaky observers like that, so it's not too uncommon, but we'll see here if it's going to get picked up. King R, he did check. He checked only in this pocket, though, and I don't think this one doesn't reach all the way. So the tower didn't attack him, and that ward is safe for now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it's not a bad warding spot. I actually kind of like it. See, Bait is already learning new spots into the ES region, or the Eastern European region, sorry. And let's see how this lane goes. I mean, I think the Viper versus Death Prophet lane is really tough for DP, because Viper just pushes the lane. He has better lane control than you, especially early. And as Death Prophet, you kind of have to make the choice. Should I just max Crypt Swarm so I can have better lane control and can deal with this? Or should I go for the Spirit Siphon and have a better ganking ability and just gank early? It's tough. But luckily, once you reach level 6, you usually can push Viper out of the lane with the Exorcism. One gank and you can do that. Yeah,
exactly. And if Viper leaves the lane, DP is going to get your tower. So it's not the easiest calculus in the world to decide whether or not you actually want to venture into one of the side lanes and go for a gank. So Marana casually pulling the wave. Expected that Illuminate to come, though, from Duster, so easily dodging that one.
Alright, so right now the Marana is going to be staying mostly behind, I guess getting some levels, but Funnick does his own thing as well. Usually it's around level 4 or 5 when you can start leaving the Timbersaw completely alone in the lane, especially because he didn't go for level 1 passive or level 2 passive. So it's the 2 levels in passive that make you tanky again. And the bottom lane seems like Tide is actually doing decently for now against Drow. Not struggling too much.
He is. This could be Illusion doing a lot of work here. I suspect the Tide is not going to be able to get too close to Lightless ever, reasonably speaking, because those Frost Arrows do quite the number. And on the melee heroes who just try and run away from the Drow, it allows her to get off plenty more auto attacks out for basically free. The good news is that even without the passive here, which we still don't have at level 2, of course, Funnick's not really any danger here of dying to RDO unless there's the Metamorphosis. So he just has to play wisely around that. But he has Timber Chain, so as soon as meta comes out, he's just out of there and he's going to wait it out.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that's what the Timbersaw... That's why the Timbersaw is... You can push him out of lane temporarily, but he's just not going to die to you, right? As opposed to other tanky offlaners that might struggle a bit more against the extra damage in meta. And the bottom lane, we are seeing that ET unfortunately is not very useful this lane because Anchor Smash takes away a chunk of your damage and you can't really trade against Tide effectively. Dark Willow, as you mentioned, is also pretty strong lane support, but at least Drow should be able to last. The only difficulty is that when Drow is this close to tower, you do miss a lot of last hits. Your animation is trash.
That's true. The good news is he does reduce your base damage there, as there's going to be a kill mid lane. Magical taking the dive onto Dendy's tower, and he's going to come out alive as well on the other end with the healing salve. But the good news there is that Anchor Smash only reduces your base damage, I believe, which is why it's so strong against a PA, because obviously that's where she gets her crits and all her damage from.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Dying in the top lane. Yeah. They caught him with an arrow. Surprise there. But you're right, it doesn't reduce the extra damage that the Spirit
from the Astral, yeah, but it's still not too worth it, like you're saying, to go for it overall.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see though, because in this bottom lane, I mean, Tide is, I was not expecting him to do this well, honestly. His Sexy Fed is showing that with the right support, you can kind of beat the Drow, and I guess nullifying the other Titan was more valuable. And then in in the mid game, the Tide is definitely very useful against Drow. So then that's where you really take advantage of this lineup. The mid lane, though, is going exactly as we expected, where the Viper is absolutely dominating DP, and there's not much Dendy can really do. I don't think this is up to Dendy, honestly. I think this is just up to, well, whoever drafted this right, for him.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what's going to be the biggest threat is it's hard to rotate away from this mid lane as the Viper. He's not particularly a fast hero, and Dendy can push the wave incredibly quickly, especially once that level 6 does come out. They're going to try and secure that bottom rune, and instead it's going to spawn in the top lane. Bottle empty for Magical to be refilled with the Invis, so it's a bit too early for him to rotate. I think he just wants to keep applying pressure here in the mid lane. I don't suspect he's going to try and make any plays with the Invis rune, just using it for the refill.
No, but a bottle refill is very important because of the mana, right? Viper usually very mana intensive hero, especially early. Your mana pool is not great. Get the bottle, get the refill, and then kind of crush DP out of the lane. And if she can't even get level 6, I do question what a DP does, because she's not the kind of hero that is used to being forced out of the lane. So now, yeah, then he's just being poisoned to death.
He might be dead even.
That's going to heal a bit, though, but the poison attack is full stacks. Magical is being really efficient with that poison attack. So what you do actually with Viper when you don't want to waste mana is you wait until he has 5 stacks, and you wait like a couple seconds, and then you refresh the 5 stacks with another poison attack. That's the best way to deal the most DPS with the least mana usage.
Man, really Funnick pushing the lane just beyond the tower every single time here. He's must have a decent amount of damage here onto the tier 1. Still looking quite healthy though. Doing a good work here with the Conjure Image to make sure the tower's not tanking too much damage, but unfortunately there's only so much he could do.
Yep. And I mean, there is a point that TB can just go jungle at one point and not really care about the Timbersaw too much unless he can hunt him, right? So he's not the worst laner. There are other carries that depend much more on the laning stage that Timbersaw would crush. The Timbersaw against the TB is much more about the mid game. Bottom, yeah. Hey, Observer. It's okay. First game. First kills. Tidehunter does die in exchange of no fear. Drow Ranger, though, will be able to survive in the mid lane. Dendy could be in trouble. Poison attack, and he is going to go down. Tanking as much as he can, but unfortunately not enough to survive, as the Marauder rotation is effective, and they rotate around the catapult timing, so this could mean a bit of push for Magical, too. Yeah, it looks like it. They already have killed the catapult. They even fortified to make sure that the catapult doesn't die here in the mid lane, as it's only going to take 1 hit from the tier 1 tower. Duster's going to be here. He needs to pull these creep away from the tower, try and nuke them as fast as he can to try and reduce his damage. But this is going to allow our Viper then to rotate away. He's got a bottle refill as well, so he could potentially head top lane now with the Viper Strike and look for some action there. We'll see what Viper decides to do. The top lane rotation is the safest one, because one of the advantages of Viper is you can also push lanes rather quickly, so if the Terrorblade just leaves, go for the tower. It's fine too. There's 2 engagements going on. One in the bottom lane and Sexy Fat, and top Cuddle has been found as well. Let's see what happens here to poor No Fear. Top, they're going to finish off the Cuddle really easily. And bottom, the team fight continues as he gets a really nice double stomp. No Fear, lightless though. Not level 6 yet, so you like the damage to really turn this into a kill. Yep, exactly. Basically, a free kill onto the Coddle. Does waste a little bit of the Viper's time. He was hoping for more, but don't worry. He's able to drop another, or a Viper Strike rather, onto the DP and kill her in no time. Dendy not having a very fun time this game whatsoever. Top lane is also not going so well here. They actually still have the wagon alive and another creep wave to reinforce it. Bottom lane as well as a bloodfest. 7-1 here already in favor of the Hustlers. No Fear might drop himself here, but Sexy Fat being kited around a little bit. He can't do anything. He's dead. He acknowledges it, gets an anchor smash towards the end, but marksmanship really up to Lightless's damage, and now it was impossible for them to contest this. And on top of that, Phonic up top has been left completely alone, and now he's pushing the tower, taking advantage of the 5-minute catapult, which is still there, by the way.
Yep, it's still there. It's been wailing on this tower for about a whole maybe 70 seconds by now, and yeah, he's able to tank for the tower. The creep wave is there to reinforce him. Marana here zoning out anyone trying to defend the tier 1.
Yep.
RDO has to, I mean, I guess he's just looking to farm as much as he can, but he's already 33 CS here to his name. Already the tier 1 tower down. Mid lane is probably going to go down here, I imagine, with a 10-minute wagon as well. So right now, all the lanes looking pretty bad for Bait.
It's tough for TB. Oh, King R? No, he has a lead. It's fine. It's a Marana. When can you kill a
when
Marana?
can you kill a Marana? You need more items than her.
So TB being a jungle and carry does struggle when your tier 1 falls this early, right? Because you usually want to take advantage not just of your triangle, but just of your whole jungle. Very similar to Luna, you're a vacuum farmer. You can really just take the whole jungle in a very quick sweep with your illusions. And unfortunately, now you're going to be forced out. But as we can see, RDO, though, what he likes to do is he transitions towards the mid lane, where he farms whenever the creep wave is pushed, and then goes towards the triangle. So he still finds farm. I think RDO is one of the better heroes at doing, or better players at doing that. However, the game is still difficult for him.
Yep, it's not going to be an easy one here to get recovered from. They are fighting bot lane, though, looking for a kill onto No Fear. No worries, as Lightless is there to reinforce in front of the tower with the, what is it, multi-shot it is? And just forcing away the Willow. Phonic is continuing to just farm now right nearly underneath this tier 2 tower. He can't quite tank a tier 2, I believe. I don't think he has quite got the HP for it, so no. At least you're safe for now from the tier 2 push. But the fact that he's already basically here already and farming and your jungle's been awarded, it really removes a lot of space here from the side of Bait to try and get into this game.
Yeah, the Timbersaw, I mean, anyone that tries to touch tier 2 tower alone this early in the game, unless you're winning by a ridiculous amount, is just the wrong move most of the time. I don't think there's a single hero. Maybe Beastmaster or Broodmother could try, but in general, it's just safer not to do it. Was a nice arrow, catching up illusion, despite his Shadow Realm, doesn't really matter. And the bottom lane, by the way, the keeping of this safe lane tower is giving so much space to Hustlers, allowing Timbersaw to rotate. The TB doesn't really know where to farm. Then he's trying to keep the mid tower alive best he can, but it's difficult. Timbersaw's finally here.
Yep. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Even King R is here as well to reinforce. They've got a sentry behind the tower, just expecting and ready. Maybe they expected a ward here in that earlier gank. They didn't find one, but still got use as well for when the Moonlight Shadow comes. But this is going to be the tower now dropping. Denny's going to do his best, trying for the deny. The deny King himself, unfortunately, doesn't lacks the damage to get that one off.
He did have a haste rune, though. That's why he tried. He knew he was going to die there no matter what. They don't have slows, right? No stuns. King R could be in trouble. Dendy wants to chase after him. He does have X, so he wants to commit this. Magical. Activates Viper Strike. The stomp. Not going to hit.
Too fast, too furious here. Dendy not going to be slowed by the poison, nor by the Viper Strike, so he is good to keep on going. Right back to full HP as well, thanks to the extra battle charge, but he does still lose that tier 1 here in the mid lane.
Well, No Fear could be in trouble now. He does stomp. There is a Terrorize. Doesn't actually come off, but it doesn't really matter because the Curse Crown will still stun him. They can't continue this initiation, though. It seems like the options for Bait in the early game are very limited. In fact, now, talk about limited options, Dark Willow almost got destroyed by a single combo by the Timbersaw.
Yeah, that's looking real terrifying here at this point already. Dendy back into the mid lane, getting ran down by Magical. Nice job breaking vision, dancing around the one tree that he's got to make sure that they don't refresh and get that 5th stack there of the poison.
But now my question is, what are you accomplishing here, Dendy, right? What are you doing? Because the tower's already been pushed. You're not longer defending that. In fact, this lane, once it pushes past the river, is a bit safer for TB to farm. So maybe you should be leaving that farm to TB, because he's not having any space. He's going from like triangle to the lower jungle.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I agree with you. I just think it should be the DP prioritized in getting farm at least for another 4 minutes before she has an item, right? She doesn't even have upgraded boots yet, Abo. I mean, and you want her to, I mean, where else does she farm is the question. She does farm a little bit nicer when she does have that Crypt Swarm. It scales quite nicely, but she still needs that level 4 Crypt Swarm. And you know, not going to give her the light of day here is Magical. He's going to force Dendy away and back just to find whatever farm he can. There's at least a little stack of the Ancients coming along, but they'll be lucky if that's not invaded here quite soon by the Hustlers.
Yeah, it's particularly difficult as well because I think your best bet for a dead laner is a Terrorblade. Nobody else can really push that dead lane easily. So we'll see if that works out for them. Phonic in the bottom lane. They're going to try. Okay, pushing out with the Exorcism and knowing Ravage is up, so they do have an advantage here. I don't think Hustlers is even inclined to fight this too much. They've got this tier 1 tower alive for a really long time. Already got a lot of space out of it.
Oh yeah, Drow's already farming top lane basically with the ET. Timber's going to be here to try and nuke the wave, make it a little bit more annoying. Morana's fishing for some arrows, hopefully trying to land one, probably on a sexy fat here to lock him down and make sure the Ravage doesn't come out. Maybe then you can call in the reinforcements. But already the Hustler is making a move towards this tier 2 tower. It's going to force out a fortify out from bait, so they're not going to lose too much. It's also the wagon wave, so they're happy to fortify this one as well to nuke it down. They even counter-fortify it to try and keep it alive, but it's not going to be a very fruitful effort. Speaking of fruitful, RDO has not got a lot of fruit in the inventory. He's doing his best, though. He's already got the Yasha.
Farm,
yeah, not bad farm considering how bad his early game went. Yeah. And he's going to be doing his darndest, but already he's just so far behind here, popping the meta to try and farm up the stack of Ancients, as our Willow is going to walk underneath a ward. The Stomp is off the mark, and maybe under the Shadow Realm. Yep, she's going to be allowed to leave.
Probably Willow's the best one to scout. Like, she's a really good person to break smokes, know where the enemy team is. The Coddle can be the one to also push the dead lane. Right now, they're trying to give this farm to the cores, but every time the Coddle shows up, honestly, they can just dive him. That's another problem, right? Mirana could just arrow him while he's illuminating, or Timbersaw could just dive him, and I don't think that Bait has much to contest this with. Like, look, they're actually putting top tier tower with only a couple heroes. Timbersaw's not even there, and they know that they can beat this no matter what. They just are hoping to push him there. The Earth Splitter will hit. Very nice arrow. And Dark Willow's dead. Goodbye. Tidehunter leaves in time, though, so she's tanking to some degree the gank, you could say.
Yeah, she is, but unfortunately, you know, it's all about where you take fights and what you can get immediately after, and it looks like a tier 2 is going to be the reward for the kill onto the Willow, which is a really, really good trade here at this point for the Hustlers. It's 13 minutes in, and they have now sieged down this tier 2 tower. Bait, despite having better team fight here, are not feeling inclined to try and defend it, and I have to agree with that call here. I don't know how the team fight goes for them. They still don't have Exo for another 20 seconds. I don't see a good way for the Tidehunter to walk in and try and get a Ravage onto either the Viper or the Drow Ranger. That's kind of a big problem of the Tidehunter, especially versus the Drow, who can just gust him away if he's getting too close. But against ranged heroes, right, we saw this yesterday where in the Riki game rather, where it's hard to get ranged damage dealers in one AoE because they're able to stand further away and do their thing.
Yeah, that's why I think that maybe Tide this game should have opted for the early Blink Dagger as soon as possible, right? Even maybe just a full mobility build, Blink Dagger 4 stuff. Yeah. Because your other two cores are very weak against Drow. Like, DP gets bursted by Drow, TB cannot last against Drow due to how she reduces your base armor, or well, how she takes it away. Sexy Fat's gonna go. You even have an ET, by the way, which I haven't even mentioned as a counter to TB. Duster's gonna die here really easily.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's true, right? The natural order there on the hero, on the Titan himself, even though he doesn't have a point in it, is going to eventually reduce his base armor by 100, which at this stage of the game would be 23 armor.
Yeah, exactly. And that either you get the natural order or the marksmanship procs. Either or, TB's armor is useless.
You're real good to go there.
And you're not really a hero that can afford to build armor items like Assault Cuirass. Like, I've never really seen the TB with Assault Cuirass, which is usually the best option for Drow. Maybe Dendi should consider building it, but Dendi is now in trouble.
Yeah, Dendi's barely got enough money for the Yule Scepter. Finally has got the upgraded boots and needs them to try and run away from the Earth Splitter, but will still get pulled back in. Funnick might consider a little bit of a dive here. He's got the team not too far behind him, but he's going to be dissuaded there from going any further. Only had a couple stacks there of the reactive armor. His Lightless, just an illusion. Trying to get some experience in the mid lane, will be punished for that.
I think Illusion is desperately trying to cut lanes, because when I said earlier they don't have a quote-unquote dead laner, I actually apologize. Coddle can do that role, but not cutting lanes like Willow or Terrorblade can. So I think Willow is trying to accomplish that, to just elongate the game, because that's the best strategy they have right now, right? Cut lanes, elongate the game that way, hope that TB gets enough farm to match up with a Drow, and that's the only thing I can see that can bring back B8 in this game, honestly. And still then, it's kind of difficult, because Drow has such a good core matchup against
Yeah,
him.
exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, Coddle's good at deep pushing waves at the very least. What level has he got to illuminate?
Yeah, but you require towers, right? That's the problem.
Yeah,
the less map control you have, like high ground, great, but when the outer towers are easily, diveable, then Coddle doesn't seem that great, because you still need to charge that illuminate for like 4 seconds.
There's a route of Atos now for Magical. He's going to be able to utilize that to lock someone down and just punch them to death with their poison.
Maybe Gleipnir build this time?
Yeah, I could see it actually. Some more magic damage, some mixed damage as well. Oh, it's actually mostly magic damage there. No fear. Running towards Duster. It's a bit of a hard catch, especially after the blinding light created a bit of space.
Yeah, but you get a second damage deal with Gleipnir, right? And it also increases farming potential. Not that Viper needs that too much, but it's a bonus.
I imagine it's going to be maybe for the late game, right? You need a couple more items in between.
Yes, I agree. BKB is a really good idea for now, right? Make sure the Tidehunter can't have any impact. In fact, Drow, I'm expecting to go for a BKB as well.
this game, we'll see. As far as only the Manta style, Gus is going to miss out from Lightless, though. Lucian, this time, he's not going to be caught by the combo.
Because if you beat KB, right, and Drow, then even if Tide gets a Blink Dagger, Force Staff, whatever, and ravages you, you're safe. And there's literally no other thing they can do against you. You Gus the Tide Hunter away, you proceed to multi-shot him, and then he's dead, because he's going to open up like a watermelon.
Yep, and yeah, exactly, just like a watermelon. Except no seeds in that one.
No, RDO is going to go for SNY, so that's probably the best way to kind of tank up. Maybe he goes for Scotty as well. Like, yeah, there we go.
Needs the Dragon Lance. It's a good idea, though. Just needs to be tanky. Recognizes that his armor... tankier, right? Because his armor, like we've been saying, is not going to be of much use this game. They've got two ways, one of which would pierce BKB. Does Natural Order do? No, yeah. So only the marksmanship procs are going to pierce BKB. So even if he's BKB'd, he's not safe to really fight the Drow on his base HP. So he does need to go for some stats to be able to boost that up. Plus, you know, it's not a bad farming item, SNY.
Yeah, like I said, the best idea is probably for you to go for, like, this is an alternative route that you can take if you want to play around the TV. Oh, careful. And they're going to go for the Dark Willow. Fair amount of damage. Ron is nearby. They know where Sexy Fat is. They definitely should just gank him at this point. They're just trying to put themselves in position. Zamara Veto, Stomp will hit, Arrow as well. He does have, oh no, the passive has been taken away thanks to that Nether Toxin. So Sexy Fat will fall. No Kraken Shell saving him there. So yeah, another alternative option you go for if you're bait is that you could try to go for or items on, like, for example, TP can build Assault Cuirass, Tide can build Mechans or Vlads, and then TB can try to build a lot of strength. And then you get a lot of effective HP that marksmanship does not go through, and that would improve your matchup against the Drow. So it's always an idea if you want to play around RDO.
It would, but Endy's just so poor, though. He finally at least finishes off his first item, which is going to be the Yule Scepter after the dual Null Talisman and the upgraded boots. So, I mean, it's only 18 minutes into the game. I mean, the thing is the Hustlers, they just have so much free reign over the map right now, it feels, despite not having such great team fight. They're kind of just running over this early game. It's important to note, though, you know, the RDO presence, he continues to farm. He's now got his next item, which is going to be that Dragon Lance, so keep your eye on his net worth. That might just be the saving grace here for Bait, but again, even then, we still have the issues before mentioned of the armor problems.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's only band-aid measures, right? Whereas it's going to help the situation, but your draft put you in a really difficult situation to begin with, right? Drow is now starting to beat TB, and you're like, how is this even possible? Is RDO a noob? No, it's just RDO has no farm. Sorry, has no space. Yep. So no matter how fast your farming ability is, no matter how great you can clear waves, if there's no ways for you to clear because the enemy team is controlling the map, then you're kind of left with this. Bates, Coddle, and Dark Willow, they're forced to actually control the waves to make sure that the Hustlers cannot go for like free smokes or like this Roshan. It's difficult to control the waves and at the same time find the farm for your cores in this game. Nice guess by the TB, but what are you going to do? You can't contest this. Yeah, no, not at all. I think they're just using it for the information. How many heroes are here? Can we push one more wave in this bottom lane? You know, get an extra 200-300 gold. Yeah. That's really what the intel is, right? Because Dota is a lot like StarCraft, where you react and need to react to information that you do and do not have available on the map, right? Yep. It's really easy from our point of view, and using, I mean, I guess I'll use the royal we, including you guys, the viewers, because we see everything, right? These players, you have to remember, they only see a certain amount, right? And any information we can get, and the map especially dark for Bait here, right? Can you swap to the vision? Sorry, can the Observer swap to the vision?
I cannot.
Oh. You cannot. The Observer.
Nope, I can't.
The Observer's a fool. Well, unfortunate.
Nope. Sorry. I can explain later.
Bait is going to therefore farm kind of safely, right? Mainly on their triangle, and you can notice that they're actually putting a lot of effort into the triangle. And
it's defensive wards, right? Some areas, in
look
fact,
at two wards
they're
right
double
on top
covered.
of each other.
Everyone always likes to de-ward here for obvious reasons, because sometimes the ward is chilling here, sometimes it's up here, but usually this sentry will cover both places, but usually this one can sneak away. Yep. Sometimes team will like to ward here, sentry here, though, so it's still not like the safest ward, but it will provide at least supplementary vision. It's a backup ward, which could potentially win you a fight, get you an extra kill here and there, at least net you farm, because you know it's definitely safe. Farm RDO, they say. Farm!
Yeah, because they're right now they're saying we want to fight around this area. It's not so much for the rotational wards to give us information, it's just to farm around this area. Yep. There's a fight maybe going on. The Coddle does bring back Dendi. Phonic TP's in time, and okay. Yep. Wait, a bunch of wasted time, wasted smoke as well. B8 feels pretty bad about this.
Yeah, that's not a very fun one. They use the recall as well. Well, they might be able to actually counter-engage. Uh-oh, that's a very dangerous Stairwell Duster. He's going to find an ET, channeling the Echo Stomp, and arrow follow up from King R. Does get off at least the Glimmer Cape, but they've got plenty of detection, dropping the Sentry and the Dust just to make sure they actually guarantee themselves the kill. 14-1 then. Who was the person that died here on the Hustlers? Do you remember?
What do you mean?
Well,
oh, the one person that died? Yeah. They got a kill on... I actually don't know.
I don't know either. I'm going to check, but I'm going to wager. I think it's the ET.
Oh, I thought it was Tim.
It is the ET.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Yeah, look at me.
Nice.
I mean, that just makes sense based off of, I mean, his role in this game, right?
It's been quite a passive game, though, at least for V8. They've just been trying to save farm as much as possible. They caught out someone here as a Dark Willow. Yeah, this time will hit thanks to the Yule Scepter. Arrow 2. Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of damage.
Shadow Realm doesn't matter here.
No, they've actually got really great counters to the Shadow Realm, and they're going to be looking to push this wave down. Coddle doing his best here to nuke the wave. Dendy as well will join in for the CS, but Lightless at this point can kind of just tank the tower. With Aegis in tow, you're not really scared of much.
Yeah, exactly. And they take the tier 2 here, no problem, no fear, tanky. And Sexy Fat's like, guys, I just want to use one Ravage. I haven't seen a single Ravage this game. He's never had the opportunity. They want to preserve the high ground, but of course, Hustles aren't going to give them the opportunity unless Magical just walks into the enemy high ground and dies to the TV for free. Okay, that will happen sometimes. Exorcism used, try to chase after Lightless, but unfortunately they don't have enough catch here to do this.
Oh,
Lightless still wants to fight this.
What a dodge there on the Gus. He's going to go for more, though.
That's the Yule Center still available, so you can catch one person.
It's just so hard. I mean, who do you catch? The Mirana? I mean, I guess then you have the follow-up to Silence, but your team's just not going to be as fast as you there. So kill onto the offlaner as Magical will join the death blow here for the side of Hustlers. He has to buy a courier now.
Not entirely sure why Magical did that, to be honest. I mean, it was so obvious that they were in the enemy high ground, right? Because
yeah.
I mean, I know that we have obviously all the information, but it should have been quite obvious that they're in the triangle perpetually. They've been there the whole game anyway. Yeah, I mean, didn't see them anywhere else.
And there's our Willow Illusion. My goodness, getting chunked by the multi-shot there.
There's one shot that he actually...
A bigger arrow that Mirana carries as well, thrown there. Going for the Aghanim Scepter here for our bottom.
Yep, we'll see what happens against this high ground now. I mean, do they still have the...
Yeah, they've got Aegis for another minute.
Okay, so, I mean, Drow is okay, Aegis carrier, right? You still stand far away from the tower. Funnick is going to tank it regardless, right? You don't have Ravage right now. Bait. Maybe they're just waiting for that. Maybe Magical was actually trying to bait to the Ravage, no joke.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not really the biggest deal in the world, right? It's just the mid lane Viper dying once. It's a little silly for sure. It should always be Timbersaw leading the charge, but then maybe that's a learning experience there. They still have fight within them here, Bait, but they don't have a Ravage and they don't have an Exorcism, which means this push is almost free here from the side of the Hustlers.
Yeah, the Coddle's doing what he can, but this is when you see that Coddle is decent high ground defender, but not the only one. Nice Yule Scepter dodge there of the arrow. And then he was almost dead. The Rax will still fall.
10 seconds left here on this Aegis.
How long for the Ravage to come up online now?
Yeah. So they're going to make the call to bang. That's still a while, 30 seconds and around 30 seconds for both. But rather safe than sorry. Tier 3 tower and back. Not a whole lot Bait could do, but just watch. And they're going to be happy there. So Bait going to go out and collect the bounty runes to try and get as much farm as they can. And actually, RDO has now overtaken everyone else in the game here in terms of his farm. He's now got the full Eye of Scotty completed, going next into the BKB, but he does not have enough money for the buyback here, clearly. And that BKB is still quite a ways away.
Yep. Don't know if... Oh, okay, King R. That could be a decent kill. He has multiple leaps. He must TP, though.
And Dual Scepter. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, they don't look at this. They're so afraid of even going for a Mirana.
I mean, because look who's coming here. It's already no fear. He's going to drop down an Earth Splitter preemptively. The Illuminate's good damage. Walking into another route, though, is going to get you killed.
Okay, well played by RDO. Very little commitment to this kill. Just going in with the illusions. Worked out. Nice Primal Maze as well there. I mean, they are getting... It's long they're holding on for a game that's been lost from minute 1, right, for them. They're doing a really good job of still fighting farmers. Regardless, RDO is leading the net worth chart, which is impressive for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 items here. He's making his way towards the 4th one at the very least. It's going to be a dangerous proposition, though. Bait, Magic farming in a really good spot here, making sure to hold the high ground. It's going to be Funnick breaking the smoke, so going to try and jump onto him. They're recalling Dendy back in the fight. There's the Yule Scepter set up now for the Timbersaw. That's going to be setting up for the Silence. Nicely done. A free kill there onto Funnick. Unfortunately, tanks the gank, and that kill is going to be another one here into the pockets of Bait, who now are going to look for their 3rd tower of the game, and it's the mid-tier 1.
Well, let's see what happens as the tower will fall immediately. RDO maybe looking to go for a tier 2 as well. They do have the option here. Ravage is still up, and so is Exorcism. So there's no reason why they shouldn't at least try to force a fight, maybe. But I understand that they don't want to die at this tower, right? If they fight near the tower, you're giving Hustlers a chance to just end the game here.
Yep, exactly. Pretty much. They can just run it right back down mid lane. Even if they lose, like, the Viper, the ET, the Drow alone can probably get a lane of racks. Although the death timers, they can't be that long here. 54 seconds on RDO is significant, though.
Yeah, I like how safely Bait is playing, though. They know that any single mistake can mean death right now. They managed to kind of recover a bit in terms of the map. TP is now farmed enough that he's actually a powerful hero. He's 3k above the Drow Ranger as well in terms of farm, who still does not have a BKB, so she's still vulnerable to the Ravage. Bait, I mean, they still are in this, honestly.
Yeah, good positioning here by Illusion. He's going to break the smoke, look to try and run away. He's got a Yule Scepter of his own. Just buying time here for the team, who's continuing to farm bot lane altogether. Willow taking plenty of damage. Arrow setup after she wakes up. Very rude awakening there. Her own Yule Scepter now. Lots of time, lots of space, but will it be enough? Oh, Lightless is just running in. He's in the middle of 4 enemy heroes right now, but Bait, they don't want to risk this. So the DD Ruin is kind of sketchy here. They could commit a Ravage, however, if they wanted to. It looks like they're going to be recalling someone on. There's going to be the Blinding Light. Ravage used. The Hurricane Pike's not going to create enough space here for Lightless. Do they have the damage?
What a kill.
They do.
What an important kill for Bait. That was massive. And killing him in double damage, I mean, double damage didn't end up mattering because there's 4 heroes around him. I don't know if Lightless just got a bit too cocky, or he was trying to use the fact that he saw Bait was being really scared to try to take extra advantage of their fear, right? No fear was like, no fear. Okay. Anyway, so there, I don't know what Hustlers was planning, and they're making small mistakes, which is not going to cost them the game. Not a single one of these mistakes, but a pattern of behavior like this, like Mirana dying here as well, could be a big deal for them. They lack the damage, though, I think. Do they have Bedlam available? They should. Illusion could just use it here upon the Yule Scepter. There's the Bedlam. King R has a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's at it for a while here.
And that is going to surprise Illusion. Or not surprise him, but that's going to...
He was hoping to get the damage there.
Exactly,
with
to
the
stop
wisp.
the proc, yep. Let's see if they can still kill him, though. He's out of leap charges. My god, is Mirana annoying here. Look at how long King R is lasting. But right now, the guys who want to create space and who want to, elongate the game are Bait, not Hustlers.
That's exactly right, yeah. Because Hustlers, I mean, they're in a really comfortable position already. Viper's making really great progress towards his Butterfly. He's already actually got the Eagle Song, and nearly enough there for the Talisman of Evasion. ET going for a 4-staff, 14 Bloodstone charges here now, ready to be used by the Timber Saw, so that's going to help him out, make him a lot tankier. Sexy Fett is closing in on the Blink Dagger, but he's just, whatever farm that he can get is also the farm of the TBs at this point. Whatever is yours is mine, says RDO, and he's completely right. He's got the BKB now, so he's farmed up that complete item. At this point, he's actually nearly 4K, we'll call it 3.5K here, ahead of the Viper, who is going to be the most farmed on the side of the Hustlers.
Yeah, and Viper, can we just check if what he decided to go?
He's going
so
Butterfly.
So somewhere, it's like a hybrid build, right, where you're tanky enough and you have mobility and some catch, but you're also going for some damage items to make sure that in the late game, you're much more impactful. The problem here is that for a Viper now, ever since they took away the silence at level 25, you don't really have the utility build as powerful as it used to be. Because before, you just hit level 25 and you're one of the most powerful heroes in the game. But now, the Toxin cooldown or Poison Attack affects buildings. They're both decent, but they're much more suited towards a DPS Viper than a utility tank Viper.
Sexy Fett's going to have Ravage in 10 seconds. He's going to have Blink Dagger around the same time. Andy ready to go with the Exorcism.
Finally.
Now the E-Blade, yeah, finally. Looks like a Shiva's Guard is going to be the move for Dendi as well. So bonus armor, that's going to help, of course, because the marksmanship only goes through your base armor, not all that green armor that you have
Same
to the
with
right
natural order. So any
Same with
armor
natural
items
order,
here are
correct.
super value. You don't want any agility, or I mean, obviously we're going to buy them. Agility is not the name of the game here, because that also adds to your base armor. You're looking for any sort of extra armor, which is why maybe Tide should consider going for the lads eventually, or mechanism. Oh, yes, Greaves. Okay,
I mean, he's got Greaves already.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so
armor for himself and a bit of armor for TP.
And here's the Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up immediately. Probably recall either RDO or Dendi into this fight, I'd imagine. It's Dendi as well, ready to fight with the Shiva's Guard. BKB, 10-second duration here, ready to go on RDO as well, along with, of course, the Eye of Scotty. He's been farming here for 30 minutes, kicked out of the lane around minute 4, Avo. They're going to get one fight here where perhaps they can overwhelm the Hustlers.
I mean, it's again Lightless farming alone in the top lane. You could punish this.
You could.
They don't know, of course.
They don't know.
We know. But they don't know. He doesn't have BKB yet, so this would be a huge deal. He realized now that BKB is a necessity.
Yeah. Yeah, he realizes after that these guy BKB, he can kind of just freely leave, and then there's absolutely no concern. Nothing to go through BKB until we get a Basher or the Abyssal on RDO. They're going to know a Draw Ranger was nearby because of the Scotty illusions, but can't really capitalize on it. As I believe, yeah, that's going to be the ET's courier here in the pit. So everyone knows that Roche is back, and he's got some cheese for whoever can slay him.
And now it's actually a bit more of a blunder if you want to go for Roche as Hustlers, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to fight against Ravage, you have to fight against, well, Coddle's Blinding Light, kind of annoying in the pit as well. You have to fight against the Exorcism.
I imagine that Sexy Fat has not shown the Blink Dagger yet.
I hope
he's probably just been chilling in the jungle, farming, not farming any creep waves is really what we mean by that, right?
Yeah,
you could never really guarantee that you're not under an observer, but
that's true. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not really sure if he's gone under an observer, but he's tried his best not to do that, right? The Cloak of Flames is also really useful for the Tide because now he can cut lanes a bit more effectively. He's tanky enough to withstand a bit of damage, and the Garden Greaves is also great as an answer to the potential Gust, right?
I think Hustlers know something's up though. They feel like it's like when an when an Earthshaker goes missing off the map at like 22, 23 minutes. You're like, something's fishy.
Yeah. Hustlers are now wondering as well. Like they're starting to have the conversation of, are we still winning, guys?
Yeah.
Is this still an easy game for us?
That's what it is. Yeah, you can see Sexy Fat. He's like, do I take the farm? Do I not? I take the farm. I want the range creep. Here's my Blink Dagger world.
He's going for more.
I'm not afraid to show it. But they pinged him. They pinged the Blink Dagger.
They pinged the Blink Dagger, but more importantly as well, Sexy Fat, he realizes with that second creep wave might have been a bit too greedy.
Yeah, definitely.
The very famous complexity line, which is the line that you cross when you start going from efficient farming to feeding, which according to Kyle, complexity would cross all the time.
I thought that line was "Don't drop your items to use stick."
No. That was like actually his words. I'm not gonna throw shade. He said it himself, dude. He called it the complexity line. I'm just gonna take the word for him.
I'm sure Kyle, as soon as they added backpack, he's like, "Oh, really? Now?"
Anyway, going for the Roshan now here for bait. Let's see if they can defend this, because it does seem like Hustlers is interested in taking this Roshan. Duster shows himself. Duster's like, I'm fast. I'm on a horse. No big deal. Recall.
It's going to get Dendy back here.
I thought for a second he was recalling right into the air. That would have been awful. But no, he moved around. Let's see. Okay, that Yule Scepter by King R, wasting that is kind of a big deal because you kind of need it defensively here. Yeah, you can't dispel the Curse Crown. They might be setting up for a team fight. The Earth Splitter's been used just for the Willow, really. Okay, that's an ultimate used.
Yep, that's two ultis used. Moonlight Shadow as well used. Funnick was in a bit of an awkward position. He was making sure that the team wouldn't get flanked from the river. He was kind of standing here. He saw Dendy on the high ground, didn't know where everyone else was, making sure that they wouldn't get cut off and just, absolutely murdered, right? You don't want B8 to get the jump on you right now, especially with this Blink Dagger that Sexy Fat is now showing off again here underneath the creep wave.
He's gonna take these.
So the BKB though.
Yeah, the BKB is a big deal here, but I think TB now is out-farmed the Drow so ridiculously that he might be able to beat her. Like, he has Scotty and Sanjay and Yasha, plus Dragonlance actually, all giving him strength. Now he also has the Butterfly to mitigate some of the procs. Marksmanship does grow through evasion, but Drow naturally does not, of course. That'll be OP. And that helps RDO a lot to tank against his physical damage. Funnick sees him trying to go for Roshan, but the sneaky Roshan by bait. Funnick?
It's so difficult to kill him. He's bought so much time there now. The Viper who is farming down bottom, or the Mirana who is farming down bottom, is already shown, or they're already missing off the map, so bait they know. They can really only take this if there's heroes from Hunters elsewhere. And, I think both teams are probably just going to decide to fight away from the Roche pit, because when they stay near the Roche pit, they're not going to be able to fight.
Try to go for Dark Willow here. Pebble Maze annoying the Timbersaw a bit. There's the Yule Scepter, the arrow. Oh, blocked by the Tide Hunter. That's kind of fine because it's Crack and Shell, but they stun him again. He's Nether Toxin, so they're going to kill him. Sexy Fat. I don't know if he was trying to block that or he just ate that by accident.
My queen, get down!
Yeah.
He jumped right in front. He blinked into that. He must have known what was coming. Right. There's only one thing that follows a Mirana Yule Scepter, and that's a Mirana Sacred
Exactly.
Arrow.
So that's why I think he thought he could tank that and maybe get Ravage off, but that was, they just chunked him. Yeah. And now the Roshan is going to befall here. Unless Bait wants to buy back on the Tide Hunter, they're probably saving that buyback until the last second because they have the outpost controlled.
It's too late now, though.
Yeah, the buyback is going to happen anyway. They didn't know the Roshan's going to fall this fast. BKB used by the Drow Ranger. She takes the Aegis and the Cheese, but Magical is destroyed by the TB. As now going for Funnick, Yule Scepter going to give him a couple more seconds of life. And with the Bloodstone, he might be able to make it out here, actually. Ravage used to cancel that TP, though, because Sexy Fat might have died once, so he's going to make sure that Funnick dies as well.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, maybe they were considering it, debating it. You might even say they were debating it, whether or not they wanted to buy back there.
How many of these do I have to withstand?
well, it depends. I mean,
How many do you have left in your chamber?
It depends if bait goes for 3 or not. And that's more of the limiting factor here. That's the limiting reagent. But it was a good fight. It was a good effort there for bait. Drow preemptively using the BKB just to be able to secure the Roche. It's a 10-second BKB, which is not inconsequential here. They're going to start whittling those durations down. I don't believe Viper got his off though. No, he did actually. So he's down to a 9-second as well. Does have the buyback, but bait pushing in. They do actually get a nice little stomp.
You can see the difference between a hit and a marksmanship proc, right? Like marksmanship proc chunked him, and the hit did nothing to the TB. So Drow is really going to rely on natural order or marksmanship to be able to beat the TB. Right now he's way too farm. No longer can you fight him if you don't get lucky with his procs. That's an advantage to the TB, right? I'm hoping for an ag soon for him as well, for extra metas. King R and the high ground play. King R, will you go to the high ground? He's like, no way. I saw Magical do this earlier. I learned my lesson. I'm not doing this. I'm staying in lane. And they're going to be able to gank them now. There's only 2 supports here, so it shouldn't be too difficult. No fear is the target. Rooted up and killed.
You know, I never understood high ground vision in this game. I understand, like, the ward cliffs. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to see that, but these are like a staircase. Like, if there was a guy standing at the top of my staircase with a knife, I probably wouldn't go up those stairs.
No, but the thing is, you don't know the guy is there, right?
Well, I mean, it's just a staircase.
So, you see a staircase that leads
like
into
5 stairs.
Yeah, but what if I told you that there's a staircase that you need to go by to get to your job, and it's always enshrouded in darkness, and there's like a 50% chance that there's a guy waiting for you to stab you, or alternatively you get paid.
You never know. I guess what you do is you smoke right outside. Then if your smoke goes out, then you know someone is there.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly why people get smoke breaks in their jobs.
That's true.
And so it's a well-known fact.
What is this? All right, that was great. That was a me joke. That was amazing. King R here is nearly actually finished up the Aghanim Scepter, which is going to give him a little bit of a damage buff with the Sacred Arrow.
Good for TP, good for cutting lanes. Especially good for cutting lanes. I think that's what they're going for. The lane cutting of this new Sacred Arrow is better than the old one because you don't have to put yourself in position. You just send the Sacred Arrow, hit one of the important creeps, and then kill the rest with the Starstorms. Let's see, Terrorize, okay. I think the Coddle is, yeah he's very dead. I don't know if you should be fighting this bait. They do have the Ravage. TB's already leaving though, so they're leaving Dendi as cannon fodder.
2 BKBs popped there. Not bad at all for the life of Dendi, who does have buyback, and of course the Coddle.
Maybe a bit of miscommunication by Dendi, because I saw RDO leaving well before Dendi decided that he had to leave as well, right?
Maybe Dendi faked it, right? Maybe Dendi's like, hey, I'm going to scare them into thinking that we're going to fight. Because, I mean, it's a very real possibility, right? You take a look at the vision here that Hustlers have, and it's very limited. In fact, they both actually have wards up here currently. But the rest of their jungle is dark, so they have no idea what's actually up those stairs. It could be a watermelon.
That's true.
Could not be a watermelon. You never
Could be
know.
a ghost lady. I mean, in this case, though, what Dendi did as well could have been said that he was protecting the Tide Hunter, who has no buyback because he himself does have one. So that's another option. They hit the TB with the arrow, and TB's like, guys, I just want to play my game. He went back to Facebook for a second there. Let's see, Funnick. I'm not sure if they can. Yeah, I don't think Funnick is killable right now.
Wow, Sexy Fat the damage.
He's not in a good position. Again, no buyback. He's Nether Talks on him. Not silenced. Sexy Fat has to heal thanks to the Guardian Greaves, but again, you really depend on this Ravage. You're trying to save Dendi's buyback, and for now, it's kind of working. They defended this tower pretty decently, and now Coddle has enough time to just push the lane.
He's been scouted. He dropped the ward down at least, which gives him a little bit more information, so no one can really easily hide behind these trees. 40 minutes in. Still 20-9 here as bait. They've kept themselves in this game here. Already, man, look at the 28k here for RDO. Now has the butterfly on top of the MKB. Actually, no more room for the boots. It's going to be building off that Hurricane Pike, and I suppose at this point, probably just hoping for like Force Boots or something like that for the tier 5s, the way this game is going.
I don't know, Force Boots are better than Paladin Sword, or like something like... I'm thinking what the best tier 5 item. I don't know. This game is maybe going to go for 60 minutes.
Giant's Ring.
Yeah, that's going to happen. I think the TB now should be considering as well. I think like Ags and Ag Shard, because again, you're out of slots. Ag Shard is like kind of decent on TB. We've seen it a couple times. I think Ags is very useful though on TB. The 10-second Metamorphosis and the Terror Wave, particularly against a Timbersaw, who I don't believe has any. Yeah, he doesn't have any magic immunity, so he's going to get hit by that Terror Wave every single time.
Well, they're smoking out of the base here. A solely out move here for bait.
It actually is a bait by Hustlers though.
Aegis has been reclaimed. Arrow, might be able to scout them. They're going to be doing well to stay well out of the path of that.
But they pinged it though. There's even someone up there anyway.
I'm not sure how they would. Oh, well, now they know. There's one there. Oh, Smoke's gonna break. There's 3 people here de-warding. Certainly expecting that move. Funnick looking to maybe try and run up these stairs, throwing in the Chakram. Another arrow here, nearly connecting with the likes of RDO. Again, just trying to farm Ancients here, the Mirana is. Not really. Just if she hits someone, that's cool, but she really just wants to farm Ancients with her eggs.
That's the objective, right? They're like, maybe TB's going to farm Ancients now? No. Maybe TB's going to farm Ancients now? No. So RDL, much more disciplined.
He's going for the flicker here. So 40 move speed.
Pretty good, actually.
Boots, yeah. And then the Dispel is going to be very strong here.
Super valuable.
For silence.
The blink can sometimes be very useful as well to get another toxin in time or to avoid an arrow that you know is going to hit you because of Yule Scepter. You know, there's options. I think Flicker is actually one of the best tier 4 items ever since they added the Dispel.
Yeah,
honestly.
I agree. Second Chakram, the Aghanim Scepter here for Funnick. He's now got that one completed on himself.
Wow, they really have time. If you have, are we going to see the flamethrower Timbersaw this game? Is that how much time we're going to get?
We very well could. Yeah, we very well could. I think E-Blade being queued up by our bottom. As Sexy Fat here has now the gem of True Sight, but they're using this to try and get themselves any little bit of an edge they can get, although Sexy Fat is going to see plenty of Moonlight Shadowed heroes here with that gem of True Sight. I don't know if he really wants to go in, and King R baiting Funnick running in, now finds Dendy on the back lines, immediately gets forced away. Yule Sceptered up is going to be the Mirana here in exchange. They will silence her, but not before she leaps out, as the Earth Splitter will connect onto 2. Lots of saber rattling here, but neither side really looking like they want to commit to this fight.
Bait's like, guys, just keep the high ground. They've done this once. They hit the coddle. That was pretty bad.
He caught the arrow. He got it.
Yeah, Funnick. Oh, nice force staff, saving him from the multi-shot and from the potential Timbersaw there. Funnick's like, guys, I don't know if I can die any longer. Is this what immortality feels like?
He is pretty strong now, 4100 HP.
Praise the moon. I am immortal now.
Oh, that might be a little bit out of position now, as the team is skirmishing elsewhere. RDO keeping them at bay here with the mirror image illusions. Funnick, though, just so darn tanky. Only 4 stacks there of the ranked of armor, already up to 36, 37 basically regen a second.
Yeah, that Bloodstone, you know, the Hooded Defiance also helps a lot because Spirit Siphon now, of course, magical. So that's the biggest thing you need to tank. The Spirit Siphon is what's going to chunk you mostly.
Now, Dendy's almost got enough for BKB, but he'll leave him without buyback.
Yeah, I don't know. That's worth it. I think the buyback is way too valuable at this point in the game. The patience by Bait, though, is impressive. I gotta say. I am very surprised with how patient they've been playing this game. Definitely they've been learning a bit from the European Dota.
Well, they have. Well, they're making the jump in. Not too patient anymore. Another double Yule Scepter. And triple Yules even now.
Tornado Alley.
Fourth one. What is going on? It is Tornado Alley. Careful here. That Sexy Fat running on in, perhaps looking for a Ravage. They might not need one on a Funnick, but careful. All that damage, they're doing quite the number to Sexy Fat. Eventually, they will hit him with a Solar Bind, which is going to prevent him from going any further. Yeah, my goodness, how? That was like back home in summer in Chicago. The tornado siren's always going off. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Where did that fourth Yules come from?
I think it was a mini set. I'm not sure. I was thinking if there was Lotus Man, potentially another. Yules after Yules after Yules, man. That's what the game is. Sexy Fat's like, maybe if they all use their Cyclones, I can finally have a normal Ravage and I can initiate like a...
You know, it's funny, in most games of Dota these days, I'm finding people want to have so much mobility, like ridiculous amounts of mobility, right? We're seeing a lot of morph into friendly Earthshakers to get around the map, building Ags just to do that, Monkey Kings going for the shards to be everywhere. In this game, everyone's decided, I want to play the game the least amount of time, so I'm just going to cyclone myself for 2.5 seconds.
Right, yeah, I would just stay static as long as possible. Hope this game goes to late and whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, happens, brother. I mean, 5k not worth difference here. The issue is that most of the farm for Bait is actually currently sitting on the TB, who is but one man at the end of the day.
Yep, exactly. We'll see what I mean, this Roshan maybe is the... I think they can fight around there, right? Like, Bait should definitely... I really don't mean to make a pun here, but they should bait the Roshan here because they know they have a better teamfight potential within the pit, and they also have pretty fast Roshan taken. So does Hustler, but they are not a team that has the best teamfight in the pit.
The issue is that Tide doesn't actually have the buyback this time, so he can't go in for the Bait, as he would probably be best suited for here at this stage of the game, honestly. Yep. They no longer have any troubles killing the Willow, even through the Shadow Realm, so she's not going to really withstand any damage, especially with the Mirana Eggs now chunking her a bit more.
Yep.
And so Sexy Fat, they can't really, I think, achieve that unless you want to run the gambit of potentially losing your TB at the start of the fight. That's the only other hero.
Wait, Lightless here is alone. They don't know this just yet, though. They see Lightless.
No, they see the Illuminate, and Lightless is out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that Illuminate was unnecessary.
His name is Lightless, after all.
Alright, so he hates Illuminates. It's really, really scare him. Wow, we are in a roll today. This is what happens with slow game happens, guys. Puns galore. So I think the play by Duster may not the best. If they were trying to initiate, they're using the recall pretty effectively to surprise Hustler most of the time. But the problem is that if you use the recall there and then you show yourselves, like, what's the point of this kind of surprise gank, right?
Level 25 here on the Timber. He's like, wow, Illusion is almost dead to those two Chakram. He's taking the Whirling Death attribute reduction, which now is going to reduce for 26% each time. You can stack, I think, up to 2 for pretty easily onto heroes if they stand still, that is. That's a lot of stats missing already. It's kind of terrifying.
Especially for something like a Tide. Like, if you put him in Nether Toxin where you can't dispel that, and what level is Viper now? Has he reached level 25 yet?
No, not quite.
But I'm assuming level 25... I don't know what talent you go for, because I usually think Nether Toxin is better. Like, his 3-second cooldown Nether Toxin, that's huge for more breaks. But maybe you think maybe to Siege High Ground, the poison attack could be justified this game. However, I haven't really touched High Ground for a while. So maybe I really would rather see Nether Toxin. And then the Tidehunter will not be able to use his Kraken Shell at all.
This is kind of crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen farm distribution be this unequal in a game that didn't have an Alchemist. I just did some quick mental math. RDO's got about, I think, 45%, close to 50% of his team's net worth. It's all on him. Yeah. Which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, you're pretty accurate. I mean, like 40, maybe 35 to 40.
35 to 40, whatever.
It's a big chunk, though, certainly. King Arc gets a free kill here on Illusion. Immediately, Yule Scepters to celebrate, and then leaves. Now, as a Yule Scepter to guarantee the blink, because he didn't know where anyone else was, of course. Roshan falls as a result. There's Ag's Blessing. They give it to the Viper. More Viper Strike damage, not bad. And of course, the decreased cooldown is the biggest thing. Sorry, not more damage. Decreased cooldown mana, which means you can abuse it much more.
And increased cast range, right?
Yep, yeah. So very useful against TB, because of course Viper Strike does go through BKB. You make him super slow. And Flicker will not help against that. It's not dispellable.
All right, so now all of a sudden the net worth leaves 13k, right? Because it does calculate that Agadam's Blessing into your net worth.
Yes.
So that actually will not leave our Viper without buyback. He's got plenty of money in the bank, 4,400, saving up for the Satanic, perhaps. Already has the BKB, Boots of Travel. I mean, everyone is just so farmed here on the side of Hustlers. That's the issue is, yes, it's one man who's very strong, but I think you can really only get away with that if you've got like an Oracle or something like that, or a save of some kind. This game, it's 4 staffs and glimmers at the very least, but even those would not be enough.
At the same time, you know, historically, there's always been heroes when a single man can change the course of history. In this case, our deal might be able to change the course of this match alone. If I know anything about South American Dota, this is how they love to play. So clearly their style is still a bit from the region, and I have seen some insane. I remember watching a game where an anti-mage alone, the only hero that was above the enemy net worth, everyone else was below the position 5 support in his team, and they managed to carry it. That was Ban playing that. Unfortunately, Ban is now banned.
Oh, you changed his name?
No.
Oh.
He's one of the Elite Wolves stack. That was a good game, though. That was before he was banned. I unfortunately don't have that many references. It's not very common to see it like a TV solo carry the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. I mean, especially as we said, there are going to be that many different ways to play against him here. We actually now, of course, have the Heaven's Halberd up for the Timber Saw. He's going to be building up for, a Wind Waker. So that's actually the first time I've seen a Wind Waker built. It's quite a late game item. Super expensive. The recipe alone is 1,600. I think Yule itself is like 2,250 or something like that. Pretty close. So it's ridiculously expensive. But it's nice, again, because Ice Frog, he's patching in some items that make it not as punishing to play some of the early games. It gives you a little bit more of a power spike into the late game. Here, 25 now. On the Viper, yeah, it's gone for another Toxin cooldown, rather. Drow's still thinking about her 25 talent, though. There it is.
Okay, it's going to be Marksmanship. I think it's the best choice, right? Usually cooldown reduction is the better talent, but in this case, because you really are only hitting the Terrorblade when you get Marksmanship procs, it's by far the better choice. Well played, Lightless. Let's see how they can defend this. Funny is like, does Chakram work on tower? I'm going to try anyway. Let's see if I can just break it.
Yeah, it's only good against trees, not against stone, though.
That's true. Funny is unfortunately the scissors of this equation.
That's right.
All right, well, let's see if they can tower regardless. Funny is, oh wow, look at him. Nope, he gets put in the Bramble Blaze eventually.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage on a Dendi as well.
Yeah, Dendi just doesn't have any items, though. What do you expect from him? He's a DP 50 minutes in with 20k net worth.
Does have now the Exo increased damage here with the Exorcism Spirits, so there's at least something there. Arrow is going to be looking to scout Sexy Fat here as he's smoked up behind enemy line, or behind his own lines, actually. With the 4-staff, Blink Dagger, Ravage all ready to go, but there's only so much longer they can delay this game, and honestly, my goodness, Coddle can really just do this all day. I mean, how do you think he got so old in the first place? He was sitting in the trainer just illuminate blasting creep waves over and over until he eventually got called in the battlefield. Funnick is just so strong right now. Viper's like, yeah, screw that. I'm going to go push the top lane. They might actually go for a kill onto him now. Moonlight Shadow, nice job there. And actually pushing him right back. There's going to be the Terror Wave now. The Aghanim Scepter purchase, but Funnick easily able to tip a chain away.
Imagine when he gets the Wind Waker.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're going to kill the Dark Willow in a matter of seconds. Thank God for the Ghost after saving, though. Dendi could have been in trouble there as well. Funnick's like, guys, I told you I'm immortal. I can't die, I swear. I have cheese. There's no big deal.
Totally. He's the Bloodstone active there, so not too worried. He's going to get all that mana back here in just about 20-30 seconds or so. 17k now, the net worth lead, 22-9. 52 minutes into the game now. As the Hustlers are going to try once more on the high ground, there's going to be the 4-step up, but he forces himself right back down.
That was an offensive 4-step.
It was.
Yeah. Let's see, Kato will get punished here by Funnick. He immediately buys back to get over the Dark Willow. They seem to either want to fight this or no. If they don't buy back, they've lost the game, which is correct.
Yep.
But yeah, if you wait there for your buyback and you take one in the racks, like why, right? You're going to have to fight them eventually afterwards, so you might as well buy back immediately.
We've got only 20 seconds remaining on this Aegis. Hustlers are backing up. It looks like Avo are going to get these tier 5 neutral items at the pace this way the game's going.
Yes, the snail pace this game is going. 100%.
Yeah, it is.
Bait is the most excruciating death. Like, this is like the, what is it, Chinese water torture, you know, the drop torture. Little by little, Bait is losing this game, but not quite there, you know. They're just sticking on barely, hanging on to their life, and they're like, they don't even know what the win condition is besides Terrorblade Super Farm win us this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, as he's now pushed above 40,000 gold here. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous how much farm he has.
I mean, did I see Carl have shard? Can we just check?
He might.
No. Oh, no.
No, you were wrong.
No. The effect, I think they add the effect no matter what when he illuminates through his own heroes, and they usually shouldn't be. I think that's a little visual bug. I'm always confused.
Oh, Divine Rapier time.
Okay, all right. Is the game starting, Richard? Oh, it is. The game is starting. We have a smoke.
All right.
Bait have turned on their monitors.
Game 1 between Hustlers and Bait. We have they are now exiting the laning stage here. Bait leaving the base.
Our Dio's like, guys, creeps. Who's taking the creeps? Creeps are
they're gonna know. They're gonna know though. Dendi had to get to Crypt Swarm the wave, so now they know something's smoked up because it came from behind.
They don't know the rapier's up though, so that could still be a big deal.
They don't know about the rapier. That is absolutely true.
Let's see if the rapier can be enough.
You don't want to reveal it to Funnick though. You already have enough problems killing him, and he's about to have Wind Waker on the way. He's gonna. I don't remember what the C buttons are to play the Wind Waker song, but he can play it.
Yeah, he can totally.
All right, second smoke here. They still want to go for the best reveal. Dendi is going to be baiting. Would like that Arcane Rune, but Magical as well. They're going for a bait play of their own as the fight kicks off.
Not Funnick, though. We've already established this.
Anyone but him. They've got the rapier.
They know that he has a rapier. Yep, that's bad. And now he's in a bad position. Don't body block him, Dendi. They stop Dark Willow. There's a Moonlight Shadow here. They do have a sentry nearby, so it doesn't really matter, but Dark Willow might just die. The Ravage Xctklpbl just throws it out. Now the impact of the rapier, let's see it. They're going to go for the Timbersaw. That's the worst target. He just yokes it to himself, stops his initiation. Ravage has been wasted. E-Blade stopping the damage from TV. He flickers back. That is not what he was looking for. Not the real meta, though. RDO cannot find his drow. A single marksmanship proc takes away 1,000 HP. That's the rapier on the floor. And I think Dendi's going to have to carry this. He's trying his best with the Will-O-Wisp. Actually fighting pretty decently. The Exorcism's dealing a lot of damage. Lightless is in trouble. He's going to go down to Dendi. He's the true K now. As the Rapier's again on the floor, who's going to take it? Sexy Fat trying against the ET. They're going to murder him as well. Here's the Timbersaw. Can he finally die? Is Funnick capable of experiencing death? We'll see it in a sec because they're going to go for Magical first. A much easier target. Multi-shot. Stop the Tidehunter. Sexy Fat is down for the count. Dendi trying to run away. He just wants to heal with the Exo. But Chakra just tore him to shreds. They're trying their best. Lightless is chasing after him. The Exo's going to make some movement speed, but it's not enough healing. Dendi, he's dead to rights here, and the GG will be called. They've lost every single hero, some of them twice. Maybe there was never a chance to begin with.
Yeah, holy moly. Look at the net worth lead now, 45k after that fight. Wow, that one was a bit of a slow burn, to say the least, but eventually we did get there, as it's going to be, well, Hustlers taking
leagues, that why a lot of people were complaining about the league format for spectators, which is that it's harder to follow. There's not the hype matchup where you can be like, oh, right, this matchup is essentially you win it, you go further, you lose it, you're down. No. And how it works in leagues is like you have a matchup where you go, well, if Team X loses this matchup, then Team Y wins this other one, and then Team B 55 actually manages to win 2 matchups in a row, then we might be able to make it through. But unfortunately, that the league format is also, or I guess fortunately, the league format is also the way that you get more consistency from the teams, and you get to show that, which I think is something that Midas Club, which is what B8 used to be beforehand, before they added Dendi and now Illusion, which I don't know if it's still, he's still standing for now, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they used to struggle a lot with consistency. Midas Club was actually one of the more inconsistent teams in South American region, and I kind of see that here too. I mean, their weaknesses are kind of transferred. Their drafting was also one of the weaker points, and that's what we saw here. But one game does not the series make.
One game does not make a team. One game a team does not make.
Yeah, exactly.
A team does not make one game unless you're a game development team.
Like Valve. So Valve does make one.
No. They don't make games anymore. That's true. They made Half of Alex, which was a very good game, and I commend it for that. It was a really, really good game.
They decided to buy games from then on because that was much better. So for now, the draft for Bait is much better, in my opinion. So Illusion, I did speak about this earlier, right? Illusion is particularly, at least when I've seen him, because I used to cast a lot of Illusion back in Magical Hands. I was a big fan of that team. I thought it was quite enjoyable, which is actually similar to what, actually had a couple people from Hustler back in Magical Hands. Anyway, he used to play a lot of Earthspirit, a lot of Rubik, and a lot of Darkwill. Those are the 3 best heroes that he plays. I think even if you go to the Wikipedia page, you might even find those as the top heroes. I don't see him play much else. I think he's good at Tusk, and he can play other 4s, of course. But those are the 3 top heroes. Particularly stands out to me is his Earthspirit and his Rubik. Those really are the 2 heroes I've seen him play best in. And I like the Mars as well. For Sexy Fat, I think Mars is the best pick in Brazil in general. If you're Brazilian, you need to learn to play Mars, I guess, because King RD plays him, Sexy Fat plays him. Any offlaner in Brazil plays Mars pretty well, and it's one of the comfort picks that they have.
I am kind of curious here, the decision to ban the first phase here, the first phase of ban, taking a look there. Top left of your screen, that big old OD currently occupying the very first ban for Bait. That's a little bit of an interesting one here.
I totally get that. It's one of Magical's best heroes back in the day when he used to play it, and it was a relevant hero. And on top of that, OD's been super buffed, right? In China, they're using him a lot. In fact, in what is it? The European leagues, I think it was Nisha that played him in mid as well. So in China, they're usually playing him as a 4 or 3, but we are seeing the OD as a mid laner in Europe as well. So I wouldn't be surprised that CIS try the same thing. I think the hero's quite strong in general. Yeah,
I mean, I've seen attempts to revive the hero in the mid lane that have been received with mixed success. The one game I did see, sample size of 1, was a complete failure, unfortunately, even despite having a good lane matchup. But who knows, right? The one game a hero does not make.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. I mean, I like the starting lineup for Hustler, though. The Nyx Assassin and the Grimstroke. I will mention that we have seen a bunch of Grimstroke mid in other regions, actually. Mini played it in the lower division in South America. I saw it as well, I believe it was lower division in North America, and I also saw it in Europe. I think it was played by Mud Golems as well. So the hero has some flexibility these days, but the position 5 here is particularly nice with Nyx Assassin because the Inkswell combo is really, really solid.
It is. It's super brutal during fights. It synergizes really, really nicely with Vendetta as well. It can allow an easy follow-up to the Vendetta. Sometimes missing or landing the Impale immediately afterwards can be a little bit troublesome. With this one, you've got the easiest setup ever.
Yep, exactly. The Terrorblade's still going to be picked by Bait this time, but no, they did not get rid of the Drow. So this time they're hoping that the Mars, which is much better at dealing with Drow,
much better, especially in the lane.
Yes, especially in the lane, can mitigate that impact. Also, they confirmed, or they're thinking that Magical probably is not going to play the Grimstroke because they usually last pick Magical's hero. It'd be really weird if they flex the Grimstroke, and they're thinking that they can't pick an ET5 any longer. So right now, Hustler could still try, for example, going for a position 3 ET, which we've seen a couple regions play. That's a possibility against the Terrorblade if they still want to use that combo, or just simply go for the Drow and try their luck against the Mars.
I do like the ET. The only threat is the stealing Earth Splitter can be rather easy for the Rubik and can be absolutely massive here in the fight.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. You can have a nice steals from the Rubik in general. The Stomp is not bad steal from the Rubik either. The Astral Spirit's pretty good on Rubik as well sometimes because you do get the extra damage and your range.
And you cast it very, very quickly as well.
Exactly, yeah.
The Ench. Interesting.
I like the Enchanters a fair amount against Void Spirit because it dispels the shield, but also Inkswell can be dispelled. So you guys know when you dispel Inkswell, what will happen is that it's going to explode, very similar to a Phonic Shield, with whatever value it has in the moment. So if you dealt a bit of damage with Inkswell, it explodes, deal no damage, but if you've dealt a lot of damage, then it's pretty much the same thing as it ending.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not a very hard counter, but it's enough of a counter that it's not really such a concern in the laning stage. Oh. The Ench as well, actually very, very strong against the Nyx Assassin, I should say, at almost any stage of the game, because once you have level 2 Untouchable, which for a support Ench she might end the game on, right? It becomes very, very difficult for Nyx to actually apply the break with the Vendetta, because you still actually need to land the first hit.
Oh, that's so annoying.
And you just sit there, and Ench is so fast that she can just simply run away from you, and then you're going to restart the animation.
Yes, because as a melee hero, I think the range is on 400 units or so, so if you move past that range, even if you started the animation already, you're not going to complete it.
It's going to reset. Not to mention, Ench, she likes to harass in lane with a lot of her friends, like a Hellbear Smasher or something else, right? No, but the reason that's important is because Nyx can't just spike Carapace it. It's not going to stun the Ench, it's going to stun the creep, which feels like a little bit of a waste. So it's a pretty strong lane counter here. She can kind of just poke and poke and poke. Nyx, at the same time, doesn't really care because Ench doesn't have that much base damage, but when the impetus is up, that's going to be rather strong. Here we have now the Naga coming through, as that's going to be used potentially for some setup here for the Hustlers. Pretty good against the TB as well. Both of these heroes actually, they lack a little bit of illusion clear, even though they make lots of illusions themselves. So it's going to be the battle of cutting your lanes for maybe 50, maybe 70 minutes this time around, Albo, as we've got the Naga and the TB both in the pool.
This matchup, my goodness. Bait's like, guys, I don't think we had enough with game number 1. They both really want to play just the longest games possible. They heard Seek and Strike as a cast later on. They're like, he's not getting to it. We want him to stay on the road trip with us.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to drive for a long time. You know, experts say, I mean, because the US, much like Eastern Europe and the rest of Europe as well, is rather large in terms of driving. So you should actually take a break, much
every
like
2
gaming.
hours.
Every 2 hours, get out of the car, stretch your legs, drink some water, maybe take a bathroom break or something like that. Much like in Dota, you shouldn't just keep hitting that play Dota button over and over and over again. Take a nice little break, stretch out a little bit between, and I think that helps you get through the day, and it'll help us get through our road trip here. As this one is looking like a Chinese lineup, isn't it? Actually, the TB, the Naga.
Well, I mean, the old Chinese, right?
Yeah,
Nowadays they're much more aggressive, but you're right. The T versus Naga here, so the matchup between T and Naga, I think, is kind of even between the two of them. It does depend. I think Naga plays the matchup very similarly to how PL plays the matchup, where you don't really go for the TB first. You try to song and back and go for the back line, try to kill the supports, and you eventually bunch up against the TB. And it's not a bad idea, but the difficulty here is that Naga against TB, the core to core, particularly when they have to fight against each other, is not so beneficial as the Drow Ranger. So at least Bait has much more options in that regard.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They need one last pick here. It's probably their off laner. They banned the Tide in the Darkseer. I love the Darkseer. That was the pick I was going to go for.
Yeah, well, I mean, we see it against the TB yesterday do actually very well.
My favorite. Darkseer Kun. I will always remember it. But what off laner could you go for here? I think Centaur looks kind of nice. I don't like Centaur much against Mars, but I love him against TB because it's magical damage. He's very solid in general as well as a hero. Never going to go wrong with him.
Oh, okay, so it looks like it's going to be maybe a core Nyx Assassin this game.
Or maybe, I want to say maybe mid Grimstroke, actually.
Mid Grimstroke? Okay.
No, never mind, offlane Grimstroke. Okay, core Grimstroke, though. I was mentioning this earlier, right, that it has been played in a couple regions, and once, I know a pick is strong when both SA and Europe will try it. When you're like, these regions usually never talk to each other, they have no communication, they don't play pubs together, the ping to SA from Europe is like 200, you're never going to ever play a pub there, why would you? But when they both tried this pick is because it's clearly a strong idea, right? Is that they both had the idea at the same time, and they both think it's a pretty good choice. So honestly, I'm excited. I think Grimstroke offlane against a TP is probably a pretty good idea. Huge magical damage. Usually the build is the E-Blade build. I really see the point of the Disruptor as well, with the Static Storm being very powerful against TP and also against Mars.
And also against Sand King. If you can get the vision on him and he starts epicentering, just kill him. Or rather, just send him away. You got to be careful when you kill the Sand King, because the epicenter pulses will continue even after after he dies, unlike Eclipse. I don't know why he gets the special treatment, but Luna doesn't. Either way, it's also, I mean, obviously Naga Siren into Disruptor, which we saw yesterday, actually gets stolen quite a few times by a Rubik, though, right?
It's true.
So there is always the pretty easy ability for Illusion to steal Song as soon as he has the Aether Lens. That's going to be the thing, is you need to be able to steal it from outside of the range of the Song itself, which is a pretty generous AoE, and it's going to be really challenging for Rubik to both find a balance where if they don't initiate with Song, he needs to be there in time to telekinesis someone and Fade Bolt and do Rubik things, but also making sure he's not caught in his Song so he can counter-initiate and steal Song. It's a really, really tough game for our Rubik.
One point to be made, though, particularly by the players, that King R, the 4 for Hustler, is one of the, if not honestly, top Rubiks in the region. Many people will remember him from that play he made back in the day when he was playing on Empire. I think it might have been in TI or a Major, where he stole a black hole in the mid lane, managed to return it in the gist of time, and stole something else on top of that black hole to add to it. He's an incredible Rubik. So I wouldn't be surprised if this game, since that's one of his comfort heroes, he's also guiding the Naga or the Disruptor to make sure that they don't get the spell stolen. Like he's always making sure, just a little incision, because all the Naga needs is, hey, reminder, there's a Rubik. And he's probably going to be talking to this team and telling them that they have to be very careful with that potential steal. There's the stable pause in the beginning of the game.
This time by Hustlers, although I don't think you'll see Bait challenging this one. They say 2 minutes at the beginning of the game? Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
We can do that. 2 minutes, 10 minutes? Sure thing, no problem. 15, admin please. Admin
please.
Certainly how it works in SA.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, unless you're in the Rums Collide, where we cast it, where the admin will go, it's a 10-second pause. What's wrong? Tell me now. Shout me in voice.
Yep. Lightless is going to be heading top lane. They are going to try for first blood. It's a pretty potentially strong. It's actually just a very strong off lane here overall with the Nyx and Grimstroke. I actually didn't expect. I brought up the combo thinking it'd be a thing in for fights or perhaps when the Nyx assassin starts ganking the jungle. But the fact that you have it in the lane makes it even better because that's when landing Impale can be at times the most difficult. So they're going to have that set up here very, very nicely. Not to mention when you do play a generally played support hero in the core role, the game's
early game is crazy.
Yes, exactly, and that's because the heroes that are generally supports are balanced to be stronger in the first 20 minutes, usually because of their abilities, right? As well as mid laners to some degree, some of them, right? They're in the same tempo. So with the items, the farm, and the experience that the Grimstroke's going to be able to get here, they're going to be able to probably look to push very, very hard against Bait. Probably once again look to repeat kind of last game, cut off the map, force the TB in the jungle at like minute 4 or 5 here, and this time gank him with the Nyx assassin. That's the key difference and why the game was able to go so long last game, right? Hustlers pretty comfortably had the game for the most part since 25-30 minutes. I think no one would really argue against, and that's because they really didn't have great initiation. This time they completely solved it.
I want to concentrate though on another pick that got put in a position we weren't expecting, which is the Mars though.
Oh yeah,
so it's going to be Dendi playing the Mars mid, and Mars mid again. Judging from the fact that again Bait comes from Brazil, Mars mid is also very popular there, so it is in CIS. And in the beginning of the patch, this hero got played mid a lot because they thought his tempo controlling abilities were very, very powerful. And as long as his lane was decent, which it is against any melee mid laner, then you're happy to put the Mars mid, and he can control the tempo much more effectively than the majority of mid laners. Very similar to what you said, right? Because an off laner that usually has to come online without items, all of a sudden has items. It's like, wow, I'm so strong. I'm the best hero in the early game.
That's right.
So it does take advantage of the Mars well, and I think the Mars and Sanking are good enough of a 4 Protect 1 squad that they can give RDO the space that he didn't have last game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Plus on Dendi, of course, the arena of blood cooldown is going to be really low. A big problem we see a lot of Dendis. A big problem we see a lot of Marses have is that when they do leave the off lane with less than the experience or the farm that they need.
Yeah, go on.
Then they find themselves really unable to actually get themselves, any kills, right? The Mars can feel really, really awful. He's not able to actually utilize the arena at all. But at least this game, when you are guaranteed, basically in the mid lane, you're guaranteed to have a level advantage over the side laners. You can gank them very, very, very easily before they have their 4 staffs, their boots sometimes, any of their items, and barely even skills to escape. So you can actually very, very easily, like saying, set the tempo compared to the offlane Mars. That's the real difference here between the two. And he's going to be able to get his items faster naturally.
I honestly honestly don't think that the Mars is going to have any trouble killing any hero here, honestly. Once he hits the level 6 and he has the combo, there doesn't seem to be a single lane. Grimstroke is easy, but even Naga Siren is an easy kill for the Mars, just because he's going to have the level advantage.
The Void Spirit's going to be a bit of a challenge, right? It's contemporary, but...
Oh, yeah, of course. He's not going to try to kill him mid, though.
No,
usually Mars is like ganking.
And the good thing this lineup is, unlike last time, where at least Dendi had the opportunity to push a little bit more naturally with the DP, it's not really the case on the Void Spirit.
Yep.
You're not so scared of him taking your tower as you are of missing first blood here top lane. It's going to be the Courier falling as well as Xctklpbl kicking it off with killing a no fear.
Well, Observer's not going to eat for a whole week, dude. He's just piling up those days. The Void Spirit, though, is struggling in the mid lane. It is no surprise. Honestly, this matchup is really difficult for any melee hero. Mars is very strong, because the moment you... So usually the melee versus melee matchup in the lane is all about trading, farm, right? And then when you see the opportunity, you hit them a couple times. But Mars gets to decide when you get to hit him, because he can just push you away with the spear, which is a big deal. If you misposition yourself trying to go for the range creep, he's going to spear you to his own tower, and that's going to be even harder. And he always has God's Rebuke to secure farm or push the lane.
You know, and you know, sometimes I think people can forget it's a little known period of time where Dendi was known for playing. It's kind of this vague, obscure hero, you know, the Pudge, but very popular for his repositioning. And so Dendi, he can probably really abuse some people and start to really get small advantages here with positioning heroes with the repositioning, right? And Mars is one such of those heroes, like you're saying. Not only can he push them away and CS when he wants to and trade blows when he wants to, but he can also push you towards his tower, much like a Pudge.
Yeah, like I said, right? That's the punishing, and that makes it really difficult for a melee hero to go for the range creep. So you have to reserve the shield exclusively for the range creep to be able to steal it, or the Ether Remnant, one of the two. And if you use the shield for the range creep, then you lose the lane control. King R is in trouble down bottom, but so many creeps nearby. Duster means that Stroke of Fate will deal a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, it's level 1 Stroke of Fate as well, so it's pretty significant.
Yep, that's true, because it does. The damage increases with each level, but the damage per creep is pretty solid from level 1. Illusion is dealing with a bunch of illusions here. Oh, it is level 2 Glimpse. Yeah, no kinetic field just yet. They might be able to kill him. Nice power strike though by Sexy. That's saving his teammate. Illusion goes for the deny there. I mean, the Naga is a very strong laner though. Sand King is probably one of the better heroes against her, but he still struggles whenever the illusions are up.
Yeah, definitely. And mirror image though, very long cooldown at the very least. Yep. Short downtime. Oh, already Lightless opting for the Hand of Midas here, already queued up. That should be the Gloves of Haste then, already on the way.
Now we'll see how these lanes start to shape up though, because I find that Bait this time is the one that's going to propose first, and I find that, and we'll see when they start ganking, right? I mean, the Nyx is a bit better as a 4 in terms of ganking potential, and the Rubik is more static, but I find that the Mars is just what you're going to be playing around early. And I know that Dendi loves to play these kind of fast heroes. He plays mid like he plays the offlane. It's actually much more so. He's not a greedy mid laner. He likes to gank. He was the guy that used to build Wind Ranger with maxing Shackle Shot first, right? Just to gank better. This guy just likes playing with his team. He's like his friends, right? He likes to gank his friends.
He wants to play, play with Dota, play with his friends, make sure his friends have a fun time in Dota. Yep. You know, he's like, hey guys, you having some trouble down there, Audio? Don't worry, I'll be there in 2 minutes with an arena and we'll punish them.
RTO was like, please, Dendi, we need you to farm more. Like, but I want to help you.
I want to help. No, Dendi, please.
We need you to have more than one item, minute 30.
Want to see me fountain hook this guy?
Well, they removed it, unfortunately. Nerfed Dendi forever. Yeah. No, but Bait, because of this playstyle, I think that when they play mid laners like Puck or Mars who are fast at ganking and can make a lot of damage with that, I think that's where they really excel. Illusion's managing to trade nicely with no fear, honestly.
Especially with the DD rune that he's a snag.
And the extra level, of course. Yeah. And the bottom lane, Funnick will fall, though.
Yeah, RDO activating the Metamorphosis there, and he's going to get a tip out from Duster, who I'm sure has applied the enchant to him, just slowing him to a crawl. Nyx Assassin then, he's going to be completely zoned out of the lane, even with 4 armor, 4.5 regen here at level 2. He's not going to be tanky enough for the likes of RDO. Nice shot there on the Carapace, though, just being a bit annoying. But that's actually triggered now the enchant, as well as the extra damage out from the Impetus, and he's going to live on a sliver, on a hair of HP.
Yeah, the Enchantress, they not get the kill in the top lane, though. They manage to get no fear as they go for Lightless as well. See if the Borrow Strike is going to be available soon. It is. Sandstorm is also there to add a bit of extra damage. Lightless tries to divide the damage, but not very lucky with his positioning there with the mirror image. He was hoping to get the real hero behind so they could leave the Sandstorm immediately, but instead he got it right as the Sand King was body blocking him, so it didn't help at all. And that's what the Sand King does against illusion-based heroes. That's why he's so strong.
Yep, good guy Magical using the bottle refill to help out his off lane. He says, hey guys, and this is actually pretty big. He's not only doing that to, of course, increase the region, but the reason why he's doing that is because now this TB has no meta, right? So it is go time for this off lane. They need to be playing this one aggressively, and that bottle refill onto King R really certainly does help. He doesn't have to call another salve. He doesn't have to wait for any items to come out to him, and it's going to be great.
And we see a little gank by the Rubik here mid. I think just he's not securing the rune. It seems like a gank with the... Yeah, they used the Arena Blood actually, tried to kill Magical, but they missed the Arena Blood. Or, sorry, he got Astral Step out in time, so then they attempted a gank attempt. I don't know if that was the best of options, honestly. I think he's probably the only hero you really can't kill with the Arena, so maybe it was better just to go top. But I guess Sand King has such a huge control of the top lane that it's fine. Duster could be in trouble. Still no untouchable, no healing either, but Duster just gonna outrun this Nyx.
Yeah, he is out of regen now, though, this Enchantress, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. And we'll be taking a look here. Magical level 6 already here in the mid lane. He's doing pretty nicely for himself. He's can't complain too much. 30-3 compared to 39-9 out from Dendi. As with the Invis rune sitting mid, he's going to have to wait a long time for that arena to come back up, but he's just looking to probably pin him here to one of the walls. Lots of places you can actually do that. Oh, Magical just going to quick sidestep there. Illusion with the telekinesis at the ready here, deciding not to go for it. It's a bit too difficult there. Telekinesis level 1, and Dendi unfortunately will miss the skill shot there. That's going to be then Enchantress, maybe in a bit of trouble. They are going to connect on to as well the Stroke of Fate, or sorry, the Inkswell that is, right after the Impale, and easily peasily get that kill. Top lane, I believe they're also making an effort, and they are going to make more than an effort, as they will be able to complete the conversion of the kill onto the Disruptor. 5-1 here. Much better start here for Bait, who I think at this stage of the game have already 5 times their kills, I think, 12 minutes faster.
That's very true. They're doing a much better game number 2. It seems like this is actually going to be a game, right? I think the drafts are much more even, so I'm just happy that we're going to get to watch a even game with these two great squads.
Yeah, Magical's going to gank the top lane as well with the 8th. The Remnant just off the mark. He's going to miss the Astral as well. Xctklpbl trying to get in between the rings there to dodge the damage. We've got
very smart.
Yeah, cool.
The Caustic Finale, very smart. Forces Magical away because he knew if he kept hitting him, he's not going to get the kill due to the shield, but the Caustic Finale is magical damage, and now the Caustic Finale is much stronger, by the way, against because it does percentage damage of the HPs.
Illusion was looking for a kill mid lane though, so that's going to allow them to actually have a pretty significant push here. It's not with a wagon, but already some really serious damage done. They fortified the wave here as well. Fade Bolt into the spear is going to nuke the wave, and I think they might go for one more wave here. There's no one currently sitting top getting experience, so Illusion and Dendi both losing out on a bit of solo XP. Now the Nyx is going to show up to get some levels. But good damage there. Already you can see he's playing with the map control as Dendi. He's not going to have to contest for the rune there. It'll spawn bottom instead, and that one is going to go to King R.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to take that just yet. Dendi nearby, though, hoping to still get the Arena Blood here on King R. I'm surprised by how Static is playing in this lane, though. I don't know why they're not trying to just take the tier 1 top. Seems like a much easier target. King R, nice pick. Spike Purpose blocks the spear with the illusion. Telekinesis, but it still works out. That was a part of the plan, right? Dendi, though, could be in trouble here as they have 2 more cores joining in the fight, and the Cavalry might just be able to finish off this poor Mars. Roman God of War for a cockroach, not a good trade. I think
that just proves that nobody likes Nyx Assassin in the game. Yes. Nobody likes Nyx unless you're playing Nyx. He's one of those heroes.
Oh, he is definitely, like, I think Nyx is one of the more quintessential Dota heroes, because the point of Nyx, much like Pugna or Viper, is to make the enemy cry, not to make you have a fun game necessarily. And that's what Dota is about, right? That's why we don't play League. It's not about empowering ourselves or being strong. It's about making sure the enemy team has a terrible time.
That's right. If you want to empower your teammates, you got to play Magnus.
Exactly. Sexy Fat gonna find no fear. He's like, can I get a burst strike off? No, he can't do it in time. I mean, this top lane is just no fear. I just rotate Dendi here, get the easy power, start getting map control, and it makes your kills much better. Because right now, Hustler is actually playing much stronger this early game. Magical is having a much bigger impact than Dendi. They're gonna find Sexy Fat, but do they have the vision? They do with the dust. Nice spike harvest, triggering on that Sandstorm. But they had to go for Illusion, which seems like an easier target. Now the Burrow Strike. Sexy Fat is actually controlling Magical, and the damage from Sandstorm is gonna force him to retreat. Second time they try to gank the Sand King. Second time failed though. So, I mean, that's giving Bait a lot of space. All these failed ganks. Sexy Fat is quite the space taker by accident, honestly, just by surviving.
And this time it's going to be 3 cores consecutively in the top 3 of Worth for Bait right before the 10-minute mark. They're going to have have the position 5 Ench soaking levels in the bottom lane. She really does need that point of the untouchable to stay alive a little bit longer, as we can see Funnick easily able to secure the kill into her with a 3-level advantage.
Duster's like used to... Funny's like, I'm playing a support and I killed you. What's happening? Huh?
How's that feel?
They go to the top lane though. Illusion, will fall here as the Sankin gets his skill. They're going for no fair as well. He's a bit slowed. He does do the Sandstorm plus Power Strike combo as efficient as possible. That's the maximum DPS you can get. Very smart. So you Sandstorm first to get the extra tick of damage, and then Power Strike. You literally cannot get any more efficiency. Sexy Fat on this Sanking is... What a performance, honestly.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta borrow the strike and then you have to give it back. Unfortunately, is really where. Why
did I say borrow strike again?
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
That's okay.
In Spanish, that's what they ask us to say because I think that's how it's pronounced, and I always mess it up. Sorry. King R. Let's see if they can murder him. Yeah, they have the Impale.
Stolen Impales.
How does that feel, Nyx Assassin?
It's a big steal there. That's actually...
It's a great spell.
I think it's level 3 already here, so that's a pretty significant amount of damage, a decent stun as well. And
with a new passive, I think it's the best thing you can steal. Either Impale or Earthspike, I think are the two best to steal on Rubik, genuinely. Because now you get cast range, which means you, on top of the Ether Light, right? So you get a 250 cast range on your Impale. You're pretty much getting a Ravage at this point.
Well, one tentacle of them, right?
One tentacle of the Ravage, true.
RDO here is already having, I think that's going to be the Yasha on the way. He's building in some more stats, so perhaps this is going to be the new standard build for him on the TB.
Seems appropriate, right?
Yeah, the exact same game. I mean, Naga as well does a good job of chewing through armor with Riptide, right?
I think the Sanjin Yasha serves a similar purpose to Mask of Madness, where it's both an item to farm and to fight. And since you're a TB and you can farm a bit faster, it's much easier to go for this duality. Up top, there seems to be a gank as they're fighting here with Static Storm. They're going to catch RDO, Power Strike as well, and try to finish off Funnick in time. They do see Sexy Fat right now as they glimpse back Illusion, and thanks to Magicals joining the team fight, they're capable of destroying Illusion. There's no Arena Blood though, so Dendi unfortunately cannot secure any more kills, but does have the Spear of Mars available.
And they're not really sure who to go for. They wanted to go for Magical there about halfway through the fight. Here's Mr. Stompy now, setting up for the stun on a No Fear. Dendi's a bit far away.
Oh, they're going to
catch up. There's the enchant. Yes, it looks like they will. Magical's regenning in the trees. Only has one Astral Step though, so it's a bit dicey to jump in. Dendi doesn't actually have the mana, doesn't have a Soul Ring or anything. Going straight for the BKB this game. He might be faking the Deso though, because he's actually gone for the Mithril Hammer first, interestingly enough.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if that's
that could be pretty smart actually. Faking the Deso and you're like, oh, we can wait, you know, because they're not gonna have a huge power spike. Because Deso's just more damage. Whereas BKB means all of a sudden I'm God and I can. Oh, you are already God.
Well, he's already God. I think the gods have to like sacrifice their immortality to fight in Dota. I think that's what Zeus
says, right?
Yeah, it's the lore.
Is this why I sacrificed immortality?
Yeah, he says I gave up my ages for this.
Yeah, it's true. Give it to a big beast of stone. Because that is in mythology the shield that Zeus uses actually.
True.
To defeat the Titan.
Aegis is supposed to be a shield. Yep. And then he wanted to fight, so he sold it to the shopkeeper, and then a creep stole it and turned into Roshan. That's the Dota 2 lore.
And that's why we love this game. It doesn't take itself seriously. So let's see, Duster. They're not going to get the... Oh, yeah, with a glimpse, the kinetic field as well. I mean, Sexy Foot is nearby.
It's really difficult,
We have Epicenter as well, so I don't know if this is an easy kill. In fact, it could be that the Disruptor's in trouble, as they're going to chase after No Fear. Sexy Fat going to try to get that Burst Strike off. They also have the net. Magical walks in, the Static Storm done, so they can't get the Burst Strike off. Very good static, though, defensively, saving off Magical. But Dendi's nearby, though. I do know that he wants to use that arena.
Yeah, he's got it ready to go again, but he's not going to find it. At least not a great one. They've got great wards here on the side of the Hustlers watching the entrance into the jungle. So every time Dendi leaves the lane, they know exactly where he's going. And they know they can react quite appropriately. Magical with the Astral Step, jumping on in, hoping to stun up both. Will actually only gets the one-man Impale, unfortunately, but it's onto the important one, the Sank. Silence up in the Phantom Embrace to follow up. He will get the Burrow Strike off eventually here, but dusted up. He should be killed off. He's going to dodge at least a Stroke of Fate, but Magical with the right clicks alone. He's got enough damage.
So they do kill Sexy Fat finally. This is a really important kill because he's pretty much been the tempo control this whole game. It seems like Dendi's playing a much more of a greedier Mars this game, right? With a BKB first, hoping for the first item before he ganks, sorry.
Ooh, regenerate is nice.
That's very good for Magical. Which is, I don't know, I don't know if Dendi is making the right choice by playing this way and playing a bit greedier, because the Sanking is creating a ridiculous amount of space for him, but also you're not taking advantage of the huge tempo control Mars can bring.
To be fair, he is trying, right? He's been idling top lane in the jungle for the past 2, 3, 4 minutes, right? So it's not like he's just kind of letting them go, but I understand the point here as well. I mean, we still do actually have this, the tier 1 has actually been grabbed already. Tier 1 top lane is gone already, but no, I mean, I see your point here. 9-9 anyway, 15 minutes in.
I'm not criticizing.
They're smoked, by the way.
I'm putting the question out there, right? Oh, can they get magical? That's not the best kill. Actually, this is a pretty decent kill on and off laner, but Static Storm stops that Epicenter from coming out. He's like, well, I'm just gonna bait into Static Storm for now. Sexy Fat just tanks it. Funnick is dead though. And Sexy Fat wants to get a stun off on No Fear. The terrible also activates Metamorphosis, and wow! Metamorphosis and Arena both committed just to kill off No Fear. They really hate this Disruptor.
KingR is coming from behind, but probably shouldn't go for anything here. The Naga Siren is way too far away, as is Magical, so I think he's just going to be scouting and keeping vision here on the enemies to get the best information. RDO is going to be a bit alone now. Oh, and they've actually scouted him now with the Sentry Ward placed down. Reflection, they slow him even more, and he got a little bit too close for comfort that time. Knows that there's a Sentry there, but not worth his life.
Makes it not great against Illusion Heroes, because you can always just trigger the Spike Carpus to the main hero and then just keep destroying him with the Illusions. There's the Void Spirit.
Stolen Stroke of Fate, doing a lot of work.
Huge cast range, by the way, on Rubik when you get that.
And a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I again think of Bale better, but Stroke of Fate is a pretty decent spell, especially now that you need a bit of damage. Look at that. They should reveal a ward there, though. Can this turn into a kill? They glimpse back Dendi. Dendi has another the arena. Illusion could be in trouble. Magical finally getting the kill they were hoping for, which is Illusion, but Dendi seems a bit too tough. And they're going to have to give up on this idea. In fact, Dendi wants to kill them. Tanking the Spear of Mars is No Fear. Doesn't want to get Funnick to get impaled there. Tugga impales. Xctklpbl uses his, hoping to stop Dendi. Now, with the Enchantress, dealing a bit of extra damage to No Fear, but they lack the catch to really turn this into a kill.
That's fine. Dendi got a D-Ward in there. It's probably worth just as much as the Disruptor right now. So he can be happy with that. 164 gold. I don't think it was his Sentry, though, but still gets a little bit of experience from that. It is now apparent he is going for the BKB. Nyx Assassin then for the Yule Scepter, as they actually have scouted the Nyx right underneath the Sentry Ward. Dendi trying to bait here. Oh, but he's actually going to get initiated on instead by the Vendetta. There is actually help coming. We do have that Disruptor, or sorry, the Glimpse will catch him now. Jumping on is to be magical, as they have actually stunned him up and set him up perfectly there for the kill, using the Spiked Carapace against the walls of the arena.
Yep. That's exactly what you should be doing, right? Getting the kill on the tempo controls on the enemy team. Partially because Lightless is not, like, he's playing a Naga Siren, which means he's a bit more static. He's been playing as active as you can with the Naga Siren, still a bit limited, because early on you just want to get your first core items and then fight. Terrorblade is kind of similar, but your tempo controlling is not as strong. So kills on Mars, kills on Sanking, the most valuable. Hunting TB is a good idea, but I think right now you want to stop the aggression that Bait is putting out, rather than trying to find TB, because that's a much harder endeavor.
Yeah, and when we, on the side of Bait, we have, of course, stuns, which is always great with just tons of damage that the PL, or that the TB has. But on the side of the Hustlers, they've got themselves the Naga and Disruptor combo, right? And the benefit there, and why that's so much better than whatever combo that Bait have, which isn't really much of one, and that's fine, you don't need a combo to win, is that it eliminates a big pain point, rather, the no playing Disruptor, which is actually getting down a meaningful static storm, right? It's really easy when you have 6-7 seconds to set it up, right?
Yes, exactly.
Not very much of an issue.
That is the combo we saw yesterday being quite effective, if it wasn't because there was a Rubik there and being a nuisance. Let's see, catching Magical.
Nice.
Okay, maybe Magical playing a bit too hasty, right? Being in no man's land here. There's no tower nearby, no place for them to TP.
They're hunting for RDO, though. And King RDO might be looking to get him. They're going to glimpse him back.
Near a
TPs
tower.
are coming into the static storm, though. They're all going to end up TPing right in there. Soulbind as well has been dropped to 2. Nice stun there. Can they control him for long enough? They can. Even, well, a follow-up, all the splash damage, nearly getting the kill onto Duster.
Nice
It doesn't take long, though. The Carpus buying a little bit of time, but the Song of the Siren out to interrupt after Dent drops the arena. TP, no, Funnick's like, guys, I gotta get in here.
Go Scepter, Funnick, run away! No, there's no way he's getting out. He realizes, well, I love when he walks like forward and back when you're like,
well, this is awkward.
Yeah, but that was still a good song. I think that was a good initiation. I actually was wondering why he didn't use Kinetic Field at first to close him in the Static Storm, and I realized he was saving it when they were coming in and hoping to get a double kill there. So greedy play by the plus 5 here in Hustler, but still, I think a good play. It turned out really well for them as they managed to get an extra kill on the Enchantress. Well played by No Fear there. And Sexy Fat jumped him. He has the epicenter. Yep, free kill.
That's as good as a bigger.
I don't think you tip that, dude. I mean, I know Dendi's trying to be friendly, but it's just epicenter of 5.
I'm sure Dendi's like, wow, bro, you got him. You got him.
I don't know. The one time I met him, he seems like a super genuine person. There's no ounce of... I can't imagine him being sarcastic. Genuinely.
Yeah, he does seem like a treat.
Yeah.
I remember the TI5 clip of him coming out of the Pudge costume for the All-Star games at TI. It was TI5, right? Yeah, good time.
Well, I do remember one time when he was actually being interviewed in the what was it, the free-to-play, and they asked him about Ukraine. He was talking about how he had to go to his helicopter to get to the free-to-play screening, and people were shooting bazookas at him because it was like, you know, the instability in Ukraine.
Yep.
And he's like, no, you can, don't worry about it, guys. After stating that, the guy's just a treat. It's hard, you know. You guys can make fun of his playstyle all you want, but the guy's still a treat as a person.
They're going to go for Magical here, and they might be able to catch him. He does have a TP. Yeah, he's going to be okay. I don't think they're going to sniff him out here.
Yep. It's not going to be a kill here on Magical, which I think is the more important kill here. Ideally, you kill Naga, but they haven't been able to. The Song has been used super defensively here. I think Lila's been doing a really good job out farming TB. And actually, I didn't even talk about the Midas on Nihilus.
Oh, yeah.
It's not common on Naga.
Yeah, I pointed that one out to start off. I think it's pretty good. More attack speed to trigger the Riptides, ideally, as our next assassin in a lot of trouble. Impale stolen.
Look at that Impale range, dude.
It's pretty nice.
It's ridiculous. Especially against illusion heroes like Naga, I think is one of the better abilities.
Yeah, look at this Impale. That's ridiculous. Pardon me. I think a big benefit here of the attack speed, building attack speed rather, for the Riptide is, obviously I think the Riptide, does it have an internal cooldown or is it just completely random?
No, it's a 70% chance.
70% chance, okay.
It is pseudo RNG though.
Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Because I know it's not like...
There's only one RNG thing in the game right now, which is Bastion.
Oh, right. I mean, that's good because the attack speed bonus that you get from the Midas actually does go 1-to-1, and your illusions get it as well. So that increases their DPS by quite a bit while also increasing your farm and experience gain.
It's a good idea against TB, right? Because I think TB and Naga are pretty even in terms of farm potential, but the Midas you get a bit above the TB. Also, you get an advantage in experience, which is usually what illusion heroes lack.
2.1 times experience gain.
Yeah, pretty big deal for illusion heroes that tend to not be level 25 as early. Again, I think not 25 is pretty valuable.
IceFrog just doesn't like Hand of Midas though, or he just hates the jungle, and it's an indirect nerf again onto the jungle creep, because now I imagine the math has changed, because before it always used to be the most efficient thing to Midas to transmute is the active, the biggest creep. I don't know if that's the case anymore, because the bounties don't keep up, the bounties don't increase, which includes the experience, so probably at some point I'd imagine
the range creep is better.
The range creep is going to be better.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's true. I mean, everyone knows IceFrog is clearly a support player. He's played a lot of pubs, and his fort kept building Midas.
Honestly, I have to agree. When I started playing Dota, supporting sucked. Sentries were 100 gold. Dust was 180, and it came in pairs.
You
had to buy the players, and you had to upgrade it.
In pubs, mind you. In competitive supporting has always been fun because you're supporting your team. You feel like you're a big, part of something. But in pubs, yeah, not the same thing. It
used to be like 10 minutes, and you'd be like, "Wow, I'm so farmed. I have brown boots."
Exactly. Yeah. Especially when playing supports like Disruptor or Ancient Apparition. I mean, I remember seeing a competitive game back in the day, MVP Phoenix, back when Heen was a player, where he finished the game and he won as a Pugna, and the only item he had was a magic stick. Not even boots. He couldn't afford boots the whole game. Pause 5 Pugna.
Yeah.
And then he became a coach after that game. so sell the tales. Anyway,
they're just dodging each other out here. Tier 2 push for Tier 2 push. Hustlers, they think about going high ground, and they actually put down a pretty nice ward here just for some information. Unlikely to be dewarded here at this stage of the game unless they make a serious attempt to push bottom again. And that doesn't look like the case, because instead BA are going to go ahead and smoke up and look for something in the jungle.
What are they going to find in the jungle? That's the question.
Yeah, maybe the Grimstroke, although he's already out of there already.
Who's sleeping in the jungle tonight, Richie? That's what I'm asking. Nobody, it seems like. They're all in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, because Lion's kind of unpickable these days.
It's very true, actually. That in your pub, so I ask you, please, I beg you. Let's see if they can. I mean, they're continuing to push down bottom. I like the space that they're creating. They've taken over the enemy jungle, and they're putting a lot of pressure into the bottom lane. And while these lanes are pushed, it's difficult for for Bait to complete a smoke successfully, because they don't have enough vision to do so. And they've pretty much made the bottom lane the true dead lane. Like, we always call this the dead lane, of course, but here you really cannot. Yeah, you really cannot join them. He even has a TP ready. No Fear's been doing a really good job this game as a Disruptor. Very impressive performance. Good space creation, nice team fights. It's been on point.
Good ward coverage here as well. They leave the base and they go bottom. The Hustlers are going to know about it. Yep. So that's for sure.
Let's see. Push up top. Not much power deal, though. Just annoying Lightless ever so slightly.
Here's a really big advantage here that Bait have. They have the Tier 2 top and mid.
Since I just saw this, I would love to mention this interaction.
You do. Yeah. I know it's coming.
Caustic Finale has been bugged forever. The explosion does not actually affect illusions any longer. So illusions will explode, but the explosion will not affect them.
That's not a bug.
Really?
I did that on purpose. Yeah, because you remember when you used to be able to build...
that bug happened when they changed it to percentage based.
Well, I mean, they also removed it, remember, because before it used to be build AGs, the old AGs on Sand King that applied to Finale, and then you would explode a PL.
Yeah, but they changed it,
They took that out. They took it away.
No, but the AGs doesn't no longer applies that to illusions. Though.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm telling you this happened when they changed it to percentage based. And then we're like, oh, I guess percentage based is too strong on illusions.
Nice. Again, No Fear just wants complete vision here in the bottom. Unfortunately, that not safe from Dendy, although Dendy still will miss the spear. Sexy Fat to follow up with the stun. And should have plenty of damage here all alone. RDO is just going to walk on over, but he's like, why farm the Disruptor? I can farm Creep instead.
Yeah, No Fear has been kind of playing the Space Creator role to some degree, you know, the quote-unquote dead leader, because the Nox playing super safe with their illusions as well, and I think it's fine. He's been creating a lot of space here. It doesn't really matter if he dies as long as he's alive for the next team fight. Funnick's like, what do I do now? Well, I'll stun you. If Magical's nearby, they might be able to get a counter kill on Illusion. Illusion was not expecting this, and he's going to die, but Sexy Fat charges up the epicenter, gets stunned in time. Nice and pale there. The BKB saves him from getting stunned with a Song of the Siren. He managed to get the kill on Funnick. RDO's nearby, hoping to get the kill on Nick's Assassin. Not going to happen. Instead, Magical completely out of mana, and he was trying to the low ground, unable to do so by a very tippy tip of the range. So he's going to die instead to Dendy. Good BKB though.
Good BKB. That's a pretty fantastic usage of the 10-second BKB, and he's going to be pretty happy with what he got there. Especially on the mid laner. Doesn't really care that the Nyx leaves, and that's whatever. RDO is not going to want to pop the Metamorphosis for that. Not quite worth it when perhaps going to come right back at you and fight yet again. And 2K net worth lead now for Bait 20-14. The year that was now 7 years ago.
Secret Strike said it in some cast for some reason.
Don't worry about it.
Worst thing I've ever heard a caster say. It was not an important game though.
Yeah, well.
Literally. RDO, he has Metamorphosis ready for him, so again, it's No Fear. I mean, his name does indicate his playstyle clearly, because he's been farming or pushing like crazy, but he's died a bunch due to this.
Yeah, the problem is whether he likes it or not, somehow Bait are just threading the needle. There's one place, well, they're about to get the D-Ward and they just have, but there was one place that they could have, like one path they could have taken, right? You could go this way, Misspell Illusion, to go there, or you can go this way. He's got vision everywhere else, so it's incredibly annoying to actually try and catch him.
Yeah. I mean, and by keeping this bottom lane pushed as much as they are, which is the best lane they can push, by the way, it's difficult for Bait to really try to fight high ground or go for smokes or anything like that, right? So it's I mean, that's what BSJ always says in his streams, right? Push the lanes, out wins games. That's that simple in this game.
You just got to get a good rhyme.
I know, I wasn't intentional. I just watched so much BSJ. I guess doesn't really register anymore.
He's got nearly a Desto completed now on D. Yeah. With the one Mithril Hammer, just needed another 750 for the second. Almost there.
I like it. Does he already has blink in BKB, right?
I don't know about the blink. He does.
Yeah, he does. Okay. All right. So no use after this game. I don't think it's a necessity because you already have a secondary initiator as Sand King. So as Mars, you're actually, ironically, Mars is the secondary initiator. He's gonna wait for Sand King to power strike id, then arena put on top of that, which means Yule Scepter is not so valuable on this hero because there's not much point. I mean, the defensive capabilities of Yule Scepter are still nice though.
Yeah. Big advantage, of course, that this Naga is going to be holding over the rest of the 8 is she's going to have a nice level advantage here. Switching over to levels for a second. Just keeping up here in terms of farm actually with RDO and Dendy. Just Bait farming very, very nicely despite having the Midas advantage, which is off cooldown, by the way. But Lightless just waiting to use that on the more efficient creep. Not wanting to feed underneath the tower here. As they are going for a tier 1 siege. And down goes the tower, just using the illusions to do the dirty work.
Yeah, good. I mean, the Naga Siren has been putting fair pressure with these illusions in the lane.
Oh, they're going for illusion, speaking of which.
Yeah. I think he's dead though. The stuns are too strong to finish him off. Magical almost gets punished for this. Oh, No Fear does glimpse him, but he has a BKB. No Fear's like, again, everything for this man. I can only presume that No Fear must have ruined a bunch of posts for Dendy or something like that happened because they absolutely hate him.
Yeah, I mean, there was always, after you TP, there's always the danger of wherever you're going back to, you no longer know what's there because everyone else has left. So I think popping the BKB there might be a bit overkill if your intention is to only kill Disruptor because he's got plenty of teammates that can also do it there, but his intention is not to go back to where he was because he doesn't know what's there anymore. It could be death.
Charging?
He's just baiting us.
I'm not sure, huh? I think he actually wants to do it.
I mean,
he's gonna bait himself. There's the epicenter finally going in for the Naga Iron. Very valuable. Can she song in time? This BKB on TB starting to get the go! Using an illusion that was really low on HP. Lila's going to chase after him. They don't have a way to cancel his TP though, unless the BKB just ends. I guess that's the way. Very simple. They use a soul bond onto them. They should be able to finish him off with the Impale. Goodbye RDO, and that's your main source of damage. They have a Meteor Hammer now, which will hit Sexy Fat and guarantee the second kill. 2 cores are dead, and a support might die as a result as well. Duster trying his best to run away. Magical. He has Astral Steps, but no mana to use them though. Oh, doesn't have Astral Step, I guess. Alright, the indicator is bugged then. I guess it works with charges, right?
Yeah, that is weird. Now he's got one.
He does have one. He's like, oh, Duster? He just shows himself. They didn't know they were there, of course.
Yeah, well, he's underneath the wall
nearby.
now.
Meteor Hammer used. They can set up easily for this Meteor Hammer on Nyx. Can they murder Duster, though, is the question. This is an Enchantress. Perhaps one of the most annoying heroes in Dota. Timbersaw Light, as people like to call her. And she's still alive.
She's going to die to Phantom's Embrace.
Finally, the Impale.
Yep. I mean, that's a lot of space, though. I mean, look, RDO is basically already alive.
How long does it take you to kill an Enchantress?
It's like a long time.
About RDO's
respawn time
respawn
here.
time.
But after that fight, the important thing to note is that the Naga Siren now is going to be well ahead of RDO in terms of farm. 3k ahead. That's going to be now about half item here. So I have Scotty already completed along with the Butterfly and the Manta style, which he's had for a while. Compared to just now, oh, we just actually got the Eagle Song of the Butterfly. So it is pretty much exactly half an item ahead here, translating that one over to actual farm. Naga, again, with 2,500 in the bank, her courier dead, so she's going to have enough for buyback here. Potentially Basher next? I'm not really sure.
But for Naga, I'm not sure.
Abyssal.
I think, yeah, Basher is probably the best choice.
Yeah,
she does kill
up.
It's the only thing that can make you fight the TB, right? That was, I don't know what else you could build. Because usually against TB, you want the mixed damage, so MKB or Maelstrom, but those are awful items on Naga.
Yep,
I do remember, I think it was actually watched Rams Collide Sandboy doing that on Naga, Mjolnir, I think it was, but it was against a PL though, not against a TB. So, I mean, it kind of did, they lost that game though, so take what you will from that. I don't know if Mjolnir's viable this game, honestly, just deal with TB, because you don't need to deal with his illusions, it's about dealing with a main hero.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like you'd be best off just going for the Abyssal, because you've got a lot of stuns here already. You can actually isolate them. A weakness of using BKB and then the song coming out is that usually your teammates are unable to help you.
Yep.
And with the Abyssal piercing BKB, with the damage piercing BKB, we've got a lot here to potentially burst him right down through during the duration of a song, notwithstanding, of course, the Static Storm combo, which I think we've only seen once. But now the Aghanim Scepter is not completed, but halfway done for our Disruptor, so he's making progress.
Okay, there comes a Void Spirit. Find the Rubik. He's dead. Easy. Very important to finish off Illusion.
Oh, Dendy's in trouble.
And now Dendy doesn't have BKB, though. He's going to use it just to get run away. Kinetic Field won't hit in time. All right. They're taking... I mean, they're killing Illusion consistently at the start of every team fight, which makes it much more dangerous for Bait to fight, because they know the Song of Siren Disruptor combo is going to happen. And there's not much you can do to stop it this game. Oh, actually, wait, Disruptor has no ag, so you can still BKB. I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about yesterday's game, right?
Yeah, Disruptor no ags quite yet. You're getting there, halfway there. Halfway there soon. Magical looking for a stun there to follow up onto Duster. Unfortunately, this one's a bit of a tough kill. The Stroke of Fate doing an underwhelming amount of damage. And Dandy jumping forward, he misses the spear yet again. They're going to maybe look to turn. It's Magical just standing there with the DD rune threatening him, posturing. He's going to T-pose on him, but there's plenty of damage. Now Song of the Siren to turn this one around as RDO just actually has popped the Metamorphosis, so that's going to dissuade Hustlers from fighting. Dendy, though, he's going to play forward. Oh, the arena does catch his fence. And again, only going to get this Disruptor who gets a 3-man Static Storm, but no follow-up there. Ulti for ulti, a life for a life. Another BKB charge there for Dendy just to kill the Disruptor.
This is starting to get ridiculous. Dendy, what happened? What did No Fear do to you? Talk to us, man.
Oh,
he has only concentrated his arenas on Disruptor. You know, I mean, obviously, he was trying to catch a second person there. I think it was the Void Spirit, but he got away in time. But still, it's just quite funny to watch Dendy constantly murdering No Fear. He got the Static Storm off, though, which is not great, I think, in the situation, because now you don't have for this initiation. The Epicenter's not... Oh, it is going to catch in the end the Grimstroke. Barely, but good enough.
Yep, good
Grimstroke's dead.
I think they were maybe there with the Naga illusions, but they could immediately tell none of these are real, and they're going to head right back into Roche. Then 60 seconds with no Grimstroke, notably the Stroke of Fate. Still no... Oh, the Song is available already here, and the Static Storm is up in 30. They're going to catch a straggler here. There's going to be a buyback now. Nyx Assassin Dendy again is going to miss the Spear of Mars, as there goes Roshan. RDO picking up the Aegis quite handily. Nyx Assassin the only one to fall quite yet, and the rest of Hustlers will now be running away from the likes of B8.
Nope, B8 still has the domination in terms of the team fight. very strong, and so is the Sank. And you can tell that for Hustler, they need to really get the right positioning first. They can't fight haphazardly. They usually need the high ground or the song available to them, especially with Storm. I haven't really seen that combo yet. I'm assuming because they're waiting for Ags, because there's so many BKBs. And that's why Bit seems like they're stronger right now, but once you get the Ags, I think that point of inflection is going to happen. And we're going to see how the Naga can deal with the TB. There's the mixed damage though. She actually did go for MKB in the end. Okay. So giving me some credit, thank you, Naga.
Yeah.
Appreciate Lightless.
I think it's a good one. I think it's it could potentially be really good this game here. The mixed damage, as you're saying, again with the Midas here, just continuing to up her farm, will then be doubling back then for the Abyssal Blade. Yeah, stealing the Naga illusions are actually pretty strong. You can cut our own waves then with that one.
Both teams have a counter to each other illusions here, right? In the case of Hustler, you have the Grimstroke with his Dark Portrait that will copy the TB, which is a great way to take advantage of the TB. And in Bait, you're like, I'll take one of your illusions. Thank you very much. Says
they were fighting bottom, by the way. I was wondering what...
Well, of course, no fear.
Dendy's godlike though. What a recovery here.
Can we just check how many times No Fear has died? I want to see in the post screen how many times Dendy has tried to kill No Fear. 11 times. Dendy has 10 kills. How many of those kills are No Fear?
What I'm curious is Dendy godlike just by killing Disruptor over and over and over again? It's very possible.
It could be very possible. In that case, is it worth it? Because once you die, you're going to give a lot of gold to the enemy team, and you only get Disruptor kills out of it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, he does still get... I mean, that gold adds up, right? Even if you get a 200 gold, we'll call it here, each time you kill the Disruptor, you kill him 9 times. That's 1,800 already, right? That adds up. It's a little bit of experience every time. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it's not too bad. Magical is going to be waiting in the trees. The good thing he did wait, because there's going to be a Scorpion there waiting for him. That's to shine his UV light to find him. Oh, Illusion linking right into the trees is actually going to run right into the Magical. Oh, he doesn't even know what to do. The Impale's going to come a bit late, and they're going to slow
stopping him. There's a big feed used by the Void Spirit, going for Illusion. Illusion does steal the Astral Step by a second, and will allow himself to survive. Thanks to the point that Sexy Fat gave him, that mitigated the damage from the Astral Step mark. Very well done there. Illusion on point on this Rubik.
Yeah, and they forced a BKB there, which is going to be very, very valuable. That was actually the 9-second BKB as well, so these long duration BKBs being burned out just by the supports, kind of just being there and missing their stuns is really valuable.
That was I think that was a decent play there by Beto, wasting magical time in general. And now they have the opportunity to push.
Now they're going to high ground, actually, because they know there's going to be no BKB for about another 30 seconds here. RDO might consider using here the Metamorphosis.
It's a bit dangerous, though, right?
It is, yeah.
Because if you use Meta and kill you once, and you can't really use
then you're basically gone. But
so then it's like, if you use Meta, you commit the BKB too, right? And then when you come back with Aegis, what's the point of the Aegis?
Yeah, but then sometimes on your second life, when you don't use either, and then you're surrounded by 5 enemy heroes
also
when you
sucks,
die,
right?
You know, it's kind of this really
there's no right play. It's up to you to make the choice, and honestly, either choice can turn out to be good or bad.
And they're both going to have their consequences here, to be honest. So that's just about what they decide here. RDO will his finger probably ready on the E. Oh, now
he also went for the MKB. Interesting. So he interestingly enough, now also has the same counter as Terrorblade, which is mixed damage because she has a lot of armor as well. Good agility game, much like Terrorblade. Less than Terrorblade, but still pretty decent. And so that's why the MKB comes out. Does Naga have a butterfly though?
She does.
Okay, so they both have butterflies.
They almost have
they're just playing the same hero at this point. This is the big difference.
So he's here on the first life, holding on to that BKB. The Impale will connect.
That's a Dark Portrait illusion, by the way, so very careful with that. It deals more damage than TV alone. But close.
He's going to be like, come here, Dendy.
Dark Portrait. RDO is like half proud, half sad, because that's his child, you know? He's like, wow, guys, I really deal so much damage. I'm stronger than you, Illusion. But also, the Illusion is stronger than his whole team at this point. Okay. He just kind of ate that Inkswell. Seems to want to lose the age. Static Storm as well. And goes Magical. BKB used at the end. Doesn't have any Sunder anymore.
No, he doesn't have any lifesteal either, so he's kind of have to
just TP back
up. Yeah.
That was a weird play. That Inkswell, he saw it coming. So did the Impale. Well, the Impale, no, because it was in the high ground. So you might have not had vision of that. I like the wards, by the way. If you notice, they're right in front of the tier 3. They have a good vision, even though it's nighttime. They know they can fight here thanks to the wards. So well played by Hustler.
That's a good advantage. They're even going to drop a sentry here to D-ward. One left behind by the likes of Bait. Make sure they get that one cleaned away, and that's going to, I believe that was the 9-second BKB as well for RDO, so not really too much use out of that one. What is this?
Oh yeah, because Ruby got shard now. And he has the massive dissimulate.
Yeah, so that's actually a big old buff to Rubik, because whenever you cast and steal that has a shard upgraded, you're going to use.
Which is why even though shard and Rubik is honestly not great. It's useful sometimes, but it's not great. It's very useful to buy just because you can steal a bunch of nice things.
It is very funny though. You can yeet your teammate all the way around if you take 20 talent.
I think there's a use for it. I mean, you already bought the shard, you might as well. Void Spirit.
And he's nearby here.
But then he's like, it's not no fear, guys. Do we really want to kill him?
Oh my goodness, look at him go. Yeah, even with all that mobility. Oh, they knew exactly where he went, but was just a little too late there, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the Rubik in this case, some interesting shards to steal, by the way, just to point them out, is particularly Dissimulate, but also I think the best shard to steal, the best thing to steal with the shard is Thunderstrike, because now Thunderstrike, you can give it to your TB,
that one, yeah.
and you give him extra attack speed boost, right? To hit around him, which does deal damage around him, but the more important thing is the movement speed and attack speed boost, which it gives them.
The thing that sucks though is that shard's really, really great with the talents, right? Plus 3 Thunderstrike hits, which we haven't taken, right? Because then that's an extra 3 seconds of
also,
all your
buffs. Also, steal talents, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, that's what I mean, though. That's what sucks this game for the Rubik, where even if you do get it, you're not going to get the benefit of having the talents as well. That would be a little bit too strong for sure, and it's probably for the best that we don't have it that way. But it's going to make the I mean, it's just the way the game's balanced.
Yeah, I agree.
It'd be too strong.
I still think the Thunderstrike is a valuable thing to steal, though, especially because right now the issue you have is how do I siege high ground against Naga Siren? We've all been in that position before. It sucks, you know, the game just seems to go forever.
Yeah, so this was another long one, I think.
What is Bait was hoping to kill something here. Again, if it's not no fear, it seems like they're unable to murder him.
It was the Nyx.
It was the Nyx, that's why, right? So then he misses the spear. Well, I mean, it was kind of a spear, of course.
Just magical smack top to pay for that one, though. Where will he be going? They're going to guess incorrectly. Sexy Fat with a good effort, though. It's targeted the right place there.
It was
just the wrong one.
Go. I don't think he could go low ground. Okay, that's a very good initiation. Storm like, we're done. We're using this combo. Yep. We built it. We drafted this way for a reason. Let's kill 2 heroes, and they will gather both Illusion and Sexy Fat Souls here. As they go now for Dendy, who BKB TPs. Easy for him, but it's a waste of the BKB, of course. And they're going to instead settle for Dust, who's a much easier kill.
You know, you always bring up stories about the times you've interviewed or met players, so I'll bring up my interaction that I had with Duster. I was admitting the tournament, I went, hey Duster, can you close Discord? Yeah.
Yeah. My interaction with Duster is when he followed me on Twitter, then in a lobby he goes, why don't you follow me on Twitter, fucker? And I was like, okay, I guess I will.
Wow.
In a nice way, of course.
Very aggressive.
I was like, I like it. This man knows what he wants. Respect.
He wants pink or keyboards, and he wants people to follow him back on Twitter.
I think you should, by the way. Duster Toad, if you guys are ever interested.
Shoutouts to him here. It's going to be a good push here coming out from the sons of the Hustlers. Up to the high ground they go for the first time this game. Already the 2-3 tower on half HP. And they're going to be looking for a bit more. That Dark Portrait. And it's going to be doing a fair bit of damage here, to say the least. Plenty of great items here.
What's the strongest hero in this game? It's the Dark Portrait.
It kind of is.
Because it is also, by the way, in case you guys don't know, it doesn't give Dark Portrait is magic immune, right? You don't get the usual issues that illusions have. I believe you also deal extra damage.
It's like 140% extra damage. It's basically old same targeted wall with magic immunity.
Yeah, you do take extra damage, but since you're magic immune, it's like, well, it's kind of hard to clear it. Mags on Disruptor. And Static Storm. They should be able to kill off a TB like this. Oh, the stolen song! There's Illusion! He saw yesterday's match. He wants to show he can do the same thing. The counter initiation. And they're going to stop No Fear first. Of course there is. Sunder successful this time. But TB can't deal with the knife. He's actually in trouble. RTO needs some sort of healing. They break him. The Nyx is actually final nail in the coffin to destroy this TB. Dark Portrait did much more damage than he is. Going for Sexy Fat instead.
Lord.
That Dark Portrait plus Naga is enough to deal with TB. And he was under way too early. Maybe going in the middle of the team fight like that was not the right place.
I mean, he didn't really have a choice in that one, did he, right? The arena was dropped. Everyone was already in there.
Well, no, that's why you should just stand behind. It's your arena.
I mean, he was already in a kinetic field Static Storm.
I guess
that one off.
Yeah, maybe, I thought that the BKB there to reposition yourself as the arena was going on as opposed to rushing.
I suppose. I don't know. I mean,
because you're giving Naga the one advantage that she has over you. Sorry, the one advantage that you have over her, which is range, right? If you have Scotty in range, I feel like you should take advantage of that by trying to keep distance. But again, I think that was more of they thought they were stronger, right? They thought that TB would last longer.
Yeah, they did.
Under a normal game, I would agree, Dark Portrait is a big deal. And I don't think players are that used to playing against his ability just yet.
Strong.
It's very strong. And it's only, the cooldown is ridiculous. How is it 30-second cooldown for 25-second duration? It's going for refresher for a second Dark Portrait.
And also, that will refresh. Of course, they're not going to die. It completely works. And also, of course, the illusion is fast. It gets a big old move speed buff, which used to be one of the biggest drawbacks of playing TB. Not so much the case. They finally got rid of that move speed. So it used to be 20% flow whenever you cast it and had meta active, but they've gotten rid of it. But he's still not the fastest hero, to say the least. So the fact that you even address that concern at playing TB with your Dark Portrait makes it even better this game.
Yeah, TB is like an old slasher flick villain, right? He kills things around him, but he's not going to work for it. He's not going to run for this victims.
I think they're going to go for a fight here. Hustlers, they see RDO yet again. He's just popped back. Magical smokes the breaks and jump right up the Song of the Siren. Can they catch him in time? Stunned up by the Song. He will. Where's Rubik? But here's going to be the Static Storm. A bit too far away. That's his Song there. Can they actually save the life? Yep, blinking right in. Dandy going to set up the arena, but the Song didn't end in time. That's going to allow the BKB to get up. But look at the damage this time from RDO. Doesn't even need performances. 2 heroes already dead. But he can't fight the Nagano. He knows that. She deals way too much damage right now with the Dark Portrait illusion, and trying to get rid of the illusion is so difficult due to its magic immunity. The Sankin could also be in trouble as he Yosuters himself, and that's going to set up for skill and get an Impale onto 2. It almost seemed like it was reflected, but it wasn't. It was a great Impale there by King R. Then he's going to have to BKB to run.
Oh, RDO.
Oh, he's in trouble. Doesn't have the BKB. Has the Sunder, but can't even use
nice
it.
Cheese.
Nice cheese there. Silence up.
Good burst.
That's going to be Maxi Fat, perhaps saving the day, but another Impale here. A big one on RDO, but he's going to get the Sunder up onto the Nyx Assassin. Squash that Beetle. Off the cliff. It's Arteezy, but it's actually Funnick. A second of the fight. That means Rubik might have one as well soon. Nope, he's only got the mana burn. Lightless able to TP out. Funnick with the spider legs unfortunately won't be able to escape.
They're chasing after Magical as well, but they don't have the Yulsutter in time, so Magical can get away as well. Okay, so that was the team fight I was expecting by Bait. I think Dendi should take advantage of, well, not Dendi, Bait in general, should take advantage of the fact that both Sankey and the Mars have such great donut abilities to separate the team fight, so that TB is not fighting the Naga first, and instead fighting the rest of the team, right? And murdering the Grimstroke ideally.
Yep, they forced the buyback here on the Nyx Assassin. The Grimstroke bought back here in that engagement as well. No fear. Dendi, he sees no fear, and he, well, no chance here for no fear, but Dendi here without the BKB for 8 seconds. It's Magical jump through him like as well, just chewing through them alive. Space created here for the Roshan attempt as Sexy Fat continuing to run, checking in on the Roshan. Quite low here. Has 8 cheese and refresher. Sandking is going to drop just around the same time as Aegis. Has barely enough inventory spaces for just about everything, but will get out now. Lightless continuing to chase after him though, and there's going to be another Song. Our Rubik though, in position to attempt potentially steal it, but look, they're going to actually, they watched yesterday's replays, and that's going to be the BKB then for RDO. He's going to look to TP out. There's not a Basher, there's not enough damage, and Rubik will perish for that, dropping the gem in his wake.
Okay. I mean, I think that should have been just a KB TP, honestly, immediately from RDO. If they have no Basher, there's no way they were going to kill him in the pit, and there was no need for him to try to run out. We literally just mentioned how slow this guy is.
Yep.
That was definitely a Jason move right there. Anyway.
Like from Halloween?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. He's just like, you're like, how is this killer catching up to anyone with one broken leg? Like
that's interesting. Also interesting, then the Nyx Assassin going for the Burrow Receptor.
Yeah, the Receptor.
Has the Gem of True Sight and can be incredibly annoying now with the Meteor Hammer. No buyback on 3 of these heroes here for...
It's pretty bad. They might just finish it.
It could.
Look at this. There's no reason for Hustler to wait any longer. They're going to try to go for the tier 3s. There's the Borrow by the Nyx Assassin.
There's no meta for 30.
Burrow. Sorry.
No. Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, but he does have the Death Wave, or the Terror Wave.
The Terror Wave. Nyx can't move, so Nyx like, no, what do I do now? Spike Purpose, they catch Enchantress instead. Terrorblade trying to keep his distance. He just ages. And finally, there's the shard for Magical. Enchantress, truly Timbersaw-like.
Yeah, she is. They do have the meta back up in 20 seconds, or 10 seconds now. Make it. He's continuing to reflect and just do as much damage as he can. Lightless trying to focus the tower. But there comes the Fortify. Sandking back in 20 seconds, as along with Dendi 30, till the Rubik is back here. Looking to finally kill off this Duster. Get the job done. This time, I think they might have enough magical damage, although started to doubt it halfway through. He's dead for a minute. His RDO is now going to pop the meta. Can he get the job done here?
TP versus the world. Now we're going to see the true defend. Mars is coming back in 2 seconds though, so it's tanking. They went for the tier 4s. They know can't go for the Ancient any longer. The Song of the Siren for Lightless to make sure they can all get away. Or maybe they're reinitiating. They were priced to Sanking. They know he has no buyback, so Sanking is down for the count for another 90 seconds. TB, what can you do now? They stun him with a similar. He's level 25 talent. He activates the BKB. RDO fighting against King R, trying to kill off Magical, but can't quite get the damage off. RDO just wants to run away. The Dark Portal illusion is destroyed in a matter of seconds. And thanks to the Sunder, Lightlet could be in trouble. He's forced to use the Mentor Horn. It seems that Naga Sign is just better at men-fighting the TB.
He has cheese in his backpack.
He does have cheese and the Aegis. Lightless knows as Magical trying to snipe that Aegis off, and he does get the Aegis away. Magical could be in trouble, completely out of mana. He might just die here. Magical trying to avoid the Mars, not going to happen. Instead, the gem is on the ground, and Magical is going to be dead for 90 seconds unless he buys back.
There it is. 2 gems there as well, so 1 for each eye. If you wanted, RDO able to hold on long enough. They just took down both tier 4s. So the Ancient is going to be exposed. Super creep running down the mid lane, but there's no chance there for the Megas having that tier 2 up in the top lane. Hustlers, they got to get rid of that one if they want to make another push here, unless they just want to go straight for throne.
I'm starting to doubt what we said, or what I said in after. I'm gonna eat my words here, which is that Naga just seems to be strong against TB in a 1v1 scenario, right? Like, she just surrounds him with illusion. It doesn't seem like RDO can match her. Like, if he keeps his distance, yes.
Yeah, and that's, it's funny you say that, because that would be my counterpoint. That seems strange, right? How could a ranged hero, right, who is TB with the meta active, be killed by the Naga Siren? And if there was a draft to test this, it would be this one, Mars, Sand King, and Enchantress to try and, well, not so much, it's mostly the Sand King and the Mars there to create some space between the two, and it's just not been the case this game. RDO level 26, though, leading the charge up to the high ground. He's got Cheese, Mentor Horn, BKB ready to use, and there's going to be the Death Wave early on.
All right, well, I mean, how far will they take this? They don't know the enemy team doesn't have buyback, so Naga Siren just didn't save for hers, so they're not aware of how aggressive they can play this. Dendy, just try.
That's funny, because that's not no fear.
Yep. Then he's like, I knew I shouldn't go for anyone else. He's gonna get goose back.
No, he BKB'd.
No fear, trying to get the revenge kill there, but then he's like, nope, I knew you were gonna do that from the start.
The BKB utilized that 75 seconds anyway, so might as well, as yet again another long one, Ava, but this one's a lot closer here.
Seems like Division 2 CIS is like,
we just really like running over the other schedules.
ESL is literally putting their hands to their head, going, why? Yeah, maybe they just need to change the schedule to assume that best of 3s, at least for this region, will last 4 or 5 hours. Maybe
seems to be the case here. TB without buyback here. He's bought out for something, and it is the Lincoln Sphere. Okay. Interesting decision here to go for the Lincoln Sphere.
I like it
because
for the
Dark Portrait.
Dark Portrait, Glimpse, and then Snare. All 3 very valuable. Right? I mean, I guess you can cancel with Mana Burn, though. That's the trick.
That is true here.
Oh, Nyx is level 25.
Dota on an obstructed pathing. It's very fun. Usually you go for the other talent if you want to troll the game and build D-Blade, because you do insane
like in pubs, but this is the real good talent.
This is the real good one.
Like, it's no joke. This is... The talent not even equal as a Nyx, right? Unless you're playing some sort of carry Nyx or something like that. But this Nyx, particularly, talent now got buffed because the shard actually buffs your talent as well, right? Because you get extra movement speed in that Vendetta, so it makes the unobstructed pathing even better.
Lightless has buyback, but he needs a magic number we need to see here in green, I believe, is going to be close to 1900 here of a surplus before he can get that Abyssal Blade. But now has the Basher in the inventory. He's lost the boots, however, not that he cares too much.
Okay.
Back up to the high ground they go, but Dendy.
Yeah. Okay, the insane man Dendy tried to go for this arena, but didn't work out. Song Sign had popped though, and now Dendy could be in trouble. They did waste the Impale, but they have Static Storm rule. Again, stole the song. They don't have any more arena though, but do have the epicenter. Sexy Pet is charging it, hoping for a double Burrow Strike. He will get, and Funnick will die if there's a Burrow Strike. Going for King R as well. They've killed everyone but the Naga Siren, who had to retreat immediately. Now it's a whole team of heroes going against Magical and Naga. What will happen to Magical now? Seek and Strike.
I'm not too sure. The Naga's able to TP away. But RDO, the good decision there. He goes, yeah, I don't really want to fight the Naga, so I'll just fight everyone else.
Though, thanks to their burrow. And that's going to be a dead Void Spirit. The Hex, which is on whom?
On Sand King.
Sand King, huh?
Yeah.
Goodbye, honest.
Oh, okay. So, again, an amazing song stealing. Yep, Duster's got a tip illusion for that one, as he is able to... I mean, it's so difficult to play this game here as the Naga Sign. What do? You got to get that song off somehow. I mean, the TB was in a bad position there, right?
The point about King R is a moot point, clearly. It did not matter whatsoever. He's not telling Naga. I mean, I think the positioning by illusion has been so safe right now, as he knows. And because the... yes, Etherlyn, sorry, and cast range talent on
blink.
Sorry, cast range, not talent. The the talent plus the passive, and then the blink actually has huge cast range now. So it's very easy for Rubik to just stand away and then blink from very, very far.
DD rune for RDO, that's terrifying. They do have another Naga song combo to use, but Illusion, I think, he's just holding on to his. No, actually, he took Aether Remnant there in the middle of the fight. Otherwise, he would have a song by now. But they're going straight for the GG push. RDO summoning the boys, going straight for the tower. There's going to be the Song of the Siren. Illusion ready and willing to steal it, but no, he's actually going to get controlled, and that's going to set up now for the sack storm on RDO. It's not going to be keeping up. Daddy does, as Lightless is able to eat up a Rubik, who does have the buyback. No fear and trouble, though, will get gone immediately. And Magical against the walls does have the E-Blade to keep himself alive a little bit longer. RDO is going to have to look for someone else. Nice and there with to get the Naga Siren away. Sexy setting up with the stun. Aether Remnant, though, is going to pull him away. Dendi doesn't have anything. There's going to be the Hex onto the Naga Siren. As the Portrait at least doing something. Lightless, though. So four will go down, but that's only the first life. They do have the buyback.
Yeah, so that's the second round here, but that's buyback without the song, though. Gotta go for Xctklpbl here. Yule Scepter used. They only catch an illusion here with the Aether Remnant. Magical went in onto 3. Dissimulate's done very powerful here. They get the Vessel Blade. They're close to TB. He saw the Sunder, though. Telekinesis him, and that shard might just save RDO. He's hit by the Aether Remnant, but he just needs to run away right now. Rubik to steal the Impale. Gets the Sunder off before the Simulate can hit him. He is stunned, though, and they could just kill him despite that Sunder. RDO could be in trouble. Enchantress trying to draw the aggro. Really working. They're not concentrating on Duster. They know who to kill, and that is going to be RDO.
Buyback.
He buybacks immediately. As Mars is still trying to get away. Can he do so, though? Doesn't like it. The Vendetta will guarantee this final kill.
He wants to save his BKB. Duster, in the meantime, of course, has just been ignored the entire fight because people generally have a hard time killing him. He's going to be taken down here. There's once again another hour-long slugfest between Bait. And honestly, at this stage, it's still anyone's game. It's 9k net worth at this lead is literally like a team fight. That's nothing. However, they did lose the bottom lane of range creeps here. Range racks, yeah, to creep, as well as the tier 3 tower during that long fight.
Yeah, you know, creeps are part of this game too, dude. They do their part. Look, the catapults are trying their best.
Oh, they're buying back in here. Roshan has been scouted.
Well, that's scouted by Hustler, but I guess Bait knows.
The courier.
Oh, the courier. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's on point. There's Roshan carries Act Refresher. This Roshan has all goodies.
No more.
It's the whole pinata, mate.
Oh, King R can be incredibly annoying here. Duster ready to set it on up as they're going to jump onto him. Good 4-staff, though.
Not the Simulate shard with a stun is actually ridiculously good.
Yeah, by the way, in case you didn't know, Rubik saved RDO there for a little bit. That was a friendly toss-out.
Yes.
We brought it up earlier, and we brought it up again, and
it's actually been really useful, this shard, honestly, for a late-game scenario.
It has that repositioning very strong here. I believe all the abilities up. One person with buyback in the game. The rest of them have it on cooldown. Nyx and can't afford it, and that's Grimstroke here, who does have the buyback. He's been a good boy, saving his money for this occasion. Now has, of course, the Refresher Orb. He's got plenty of mana as well to get off all of his abilities. And they're going to smoke up here on the side of Bait, leaving their own triangle, the safety of the double stairway to go into the unknown here. No vision on that side of the map, but they're going to be making the money moves here, plays to try and catch Hustlers who have kind of spread themselves thin here a bit.
Well, the Sand King, Punic immediately BKBs though, as the Song of the Siren comes off. I don't know if they want to fight this. They seem to want to kill 60 at first. Seems like an easy kill unless RDO's nearby. The BKB by Magical makes him immune to the Terror Wave. No Fear's dead yet again. Got a second Dark Portrait though, thanks to the Refresher, but they haven't done the TB, which is important here. So liking a fair amount of damage. There's the Arena of Blood though. Is it going to be useful? The level 25 talent, which means they have a lot of healing inside, and they go for the Naga Siren instead. Lightless cannot fight against the TB. Still has Thunder available, by the way. Lightless no longer strong enough. 2 minutes without your main carry. That seemed like game. I don't think Hustler can recover from this. Funnick dies as well. He does have buyback. And it's up to Magical to defend this. They catch him with a super impale from Rubik. Rubik is in another region. He's from EU, just impaling this Magical. I think this is game, Richie.
I have to agree with you, my friend. What a fight. It looked like King R canceled the Meteor Hammer there, or something. Maybe got hit with a silence or something, but it was going to hit 2 heroes, but it's not going to matter because hitting the Ancient is like 8 versions of TB, and the throne will fall. This time around, it takes just 5 minutes longer, but B8, they aren't going to take it.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Elder Titan.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Play sound in this up. Okay. Are you ready?
Dire team pick.
Mars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sensing it already. Yes. Something like that, yeah.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, take it whenever, dude.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, Discord. Yeah, I hear you. Go.
Radiant team ban.
Timber saw.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Radiant team
I think so,
back.
yeah. They can't hear me. The stream can't hear me. Fine, yeah. It's fine, it sounds fine now.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team back.
It's happening now.
10 seconds remaining.
It's actually my audio. It's my audio.
5 seconds remaining.
Can you somehow set up a stream on your side? Can you just...
Dire team pick.
My PC's messed up.
10 seconds remaining.
Dota capture, I'm just going to send you the in-game overlay, just slap it on top, and then
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Clockwork.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Rubik.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Praise King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Terrorblade.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
The next label play. The next label play.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Storm Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
Oh.
Whoops! What a surprise!
How disappointing.
30 seconds to battle. Radiant's courier has been killed.
So what if I take a knee, peasant? Masterfully denied! Dogs!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's true.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course.
With like the Shivas, Blink DP, that was sick.
Their fault. Oh, that's no good.
invisibility. Stupendous!
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Poor dear. How disappointing.
Denied.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
So what if I swag you?
Oops.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zap!
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Over here now. Ho ho!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zip!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, something I'm curious about these early fights is they definitely have the damage to burst through Wraith King once. The question is, can they do it twice? Dendi, you know, he's just gonna his damage output is gonna be limited by his mana at this stage. Looking pretty good if they were to fight right now because he's got an arcane in the bottle ready to go. One of the quarterstaffs already making really good progress here towards the Orchid. Just needs about another 600, 700 gold and he'll have it actually. So that's gonna be a rude surprise potentially for our DP, who still does not have that self dispel there on the Yule Scepter yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, looks like we're about to smoke up. Perhaps letting Sexy, Fat, and Illusion. Nope, actually they're going to decide against smoking, but Funnick might force the issue anyway. It's his jungle. He's got the right to be here, at least he'd like to think so. Stolen's going to be the Whirling Death. They're going to recall someone here by the looks of it. Yep, there's the Wraith King.
You don't get to win. I get to win.
Yeah. Now Dendi's going for more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it's really tempting. It's really tempting though, because he's now got the Arcane active. He just got the Orchid delivered, so I think he's going to try and get his team to force a fight. And why not? We actually still have half duration here left of the Metamorphosis for RDO. This could be potentially maybe another kill here, tier 1 at the very least. And they're starting it off now onto Funnick, Earth Splitter. Dandy going to drag him right back into it. Sexy Fat poking him with the spear, impaling him, and dead before the earth can slip beneath his feet. Convenient though. They made a nice grave for him to fall into. With the Earth Splitter anyway. Yeah. King R continuing to rotate around. Going for the mechanism is going to be actually on hook shot though into the river. They've actually caught Denda here. A silence to follow up. Battery assault as well. Will it last long enough? It will not. He's barely able to escape. We have a rocket flare, but just not enough mana. And even then, Dendi with the bottle charges is going to have more than enough HP here to stay alive. Top lane, Sexy Fat here has now got the Blink Dagger completed. He's going to be looking probably to set up for a very, very nice arena here now. Jumping on someone nice and aggressively and reveal. So could see another smoke. Dendi just needs to return to the base here, sip on the ball a little bit more, get back to full mana, and I imagine they're going to meet up probably top lane, smoke, and potentially look for an early Roshan here. They've got decent damage. They didn't go for the Deso on the Mars. They really don't have any minus armor, but if you take a fight with meta active and don't see any lanes pushed out, you could just turn that into an easy Rosh if you fight around the river.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Dire's tower is under attack.
He's even got a regen in the bottle as well, so they can go look for another fight here potentially. They really only committed the arena as well as the Earth Splitter. Maybe they're going to look for Rosh here. No, they're just going to pass him by. Not today, Rosh.
Where's the party? That's
Yeah, but still, we've yet to use the meta here in this engagement, and now Dendi jumping in, wants no fear, as he did last game. Well, they could look to turn, a nice silence there onto 2, out from Magical, the Illuminate to follow up. Dendi in some trouble as Funnick won't make the jump onto him, but he's got the ball lightning away in time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, certainly. I got a lot of mobility here on this team, especially with the Blink Dagger now operational on our Mars. Like you said, you get the Storm to always follow on through. You're not too immobile either on the side of the Hustlers, but the problem is that a lot of your damage right now is coming from your DP and your Wraith King, who don't yet have the items or the innate skills to just jump the same way that the damage dealers for bait do, right? Dendi, able to jump in very, very easily here with the Ball Lightning. Mars at the same time doing a lot more damage here as well, and just as mobile as his contemporary, the Timber. So yeah, I think fights right now are going to be in favor of bait as they're kicking off another one here.
Even I can appreciate that.
Oh, there's the jump. Yeah, Timber in trouble. Dendi making the jump with the Orchid into the Earth Splitter as well. It actually catches King R, pulling him out of the cogs. Dendi into the river he goes, because Phonic proving a little bit too tanky. Illusion with the Spirit Siphon at least getting some work done, but actually nobody dying there.
Stupendous!
Our mid lane, Rubik, not our mid lane, Rubik firing in the mid lane already with the Force Staff, does have the Arcane Boots, so could choose to disassemble them for the Aether Lens. But this game, I think the mana as well as the movement here are going to be a bit stronger, especially when you're playing against a Clockwork, a Timber Saw as well. A lot of his damage can be negated if you can create a little bit, even that little space between him and you, just to make sure he doesn't connect on his little combo. Good optimization here by our position 4 Clock. Or sorry, position 4 Rubik.
There it goes. Ew.
Now drink deep of death.
I'd be looking for more. Yeah, they're smoked up though, so I wonder if they want to make that jump here or not. They were looking for another engagement though. Exo coming off cooldown in 37 seconds, but without hook shot, again, it's just a little bit difficult. You're relying only on the Timber Saw here to actually start an engagement. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Oh, they were expecting Dendi to go on farm, but no matter here. Blink Dagger for Lightless, and a big old crit there makes Dendi very scared, zipping all the way back to his tier 3 tower. And he's going to be able to live a day longer. Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Absolutely.
Radiant's top tower.
Does have a fresh Scotty though on top of the Sanjay and Yasha. Maybe they might be looking for a fight. Should they overextend? Arena at the ready. Of course, Dendi now back, full mana, full HP. Really going for it. And Dendi's just going to make the jump then. Onto our King R, he will go, but he sees people he doesn't like, and Lightless going to make the jump right back in. Sexy Fat will impale him to the wall in return. Be that little scrap. Heaven's Halberd finished up for Phonic, so hopefully he can get a nice disarm onto the main TB. Of course, a lot of damage still coming from the illusions, but most of it is going to be courtesy of the TB itself. The benefit now, though, of the Eye of Scotty is that you actually, it makes the game a lot easier for you to play, because you can just kind of micro the illusions to control, attack someone, to force attack someone, and kind of just set it and forget it, as they say, just because he'll be able to, that illusion will be able to chase him down at least until it's dead, or until the illusion time out. Nice Arena.
middle tower is under attack.
Wow. That was really well played, yeah. Nice little fancy play. Says, hey, I can do that one too, Timbersaw. Watch this. Yeah, unfortunately, time and time again, they've yet to be able to get one after that kill on the Dendi a little bit earlier. He's been doing a good job of kind of just keeping his distance, making sure when he jumps in, he's got enough mana to jump right back out again, and he's actually made really, really great progress here towards the BKB. His team's going to smoke up without him, of course. He can kind of just get into the fight rather quickly. RDO as well, farming the top lane, as the rest of his teammates will smoke on through the river and some kills in the enemy jungle.
Here I am. Bounty. What a bounty! Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was close. Unfortunately, he ended up on the other side of, well, his team. His team was separated, rather, by a BKB'd Exo DP, right? Not the easiest thing to run through, so Dendi, unfortunately, doesn't really have anywhere to go and no help for him either. Cuddle's actually gone for a really old-fashioned Cuddle build as well with the mechanism, interestingly enough. So it's not really opting straight for the Ags Rush nor the Force Staff that sometimes we see aggressively purchased. There it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, and you can see he blinks in and crits first and then throws the stun, to your point. Yep. Yeah, because BA and Jug, right, they can benefit from additional attack speed, right, whereas he does not. It's 4 seconds no matter what, whereas your chance to crit dramatically increases per 4 seconds, I should say, if you get more attacks in on the PA or the Juggernaut. As there's going to be now Aegis for our DP. 9-second BKB still at the ready for her as well, so she's going to be very, very strong still, and quite a force to be for Bates to really be aware of. Dendi, got to be careful of his positioning. It's really easy for him to get on one side of the team fight, and he still kind of lacks the mana regen to be able to get back and forth very easily here. As, oh, okay, it's not just us having the problems today, at least. Yeah, same level. Same speak issues, one computer shutting off for no reason, you know, what are you going to do about it? But in this game here, our DP is actually going to be going for an Eternal Shroud here, so just looking to be that frontline tanky DP. I kind of like it, to be honest, as well. Let the Wraith King kind of just do his thing. Go ahead. I see. Yeah, you're right. Worked. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, I used to think of DP, and to some degree I still do, as the DP versus DK 2v2 mid sort of meta, right? When Tusk was ganking your lane. Just because the DP and DK would just kind of farm in the mid lane, two big tanky heroes just duking it out, and then eventually someone's tower would fall first, and then everyone would go, oh, well, they won the lane. There it is.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was having a... Yes. Well, you know, sometimes, you know what I said? I gave you the read receipt on that one. That's the equivalent of what I did.
Bottom tower has been
Well, you know what it's like. Flightless is still packing quite a punch here, although he could get gone on. Illusion, he's actually completely alone, but they must think that he's, you know, got some support. One, either for his allies to P2 to P2 TP2, so it's actually kind of a dangerous place to be farming here. They're gonna recall Lightless here back into the fight.
Radiant's
Or he could be actually it's just Sexy Fat alone, so he probably ought to just TP out here, and I reckon that's what he's gonna decide to do after he sees way more heroes than he can take on all alone. Dendi, just in the meantime, he's cosplaying a ward. There he goes, he's moving a little bit now. Be cutting a wave here, and where is he? I don't know. Alright, now he's gonna cut the wave. Useless. Oh, Shotgun's pretty good. I thought it was rolling dead. Hook shot? That caught Dendi. And they're gonna be... They're also gonna be looking here for our Rubik. He's going to be just running away. He wants to keep hold on to that chakra. It does a fair chunk of damage, so especially because it's got increased cast range, so you can really throw that thing. And it's not like Rubik wants to be right-clicking people anyway, so the disarm doesn't bother him whatsoever.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I remember that one. Oh, and he actually almost killed No Fear again, by the way. He didn't have any vision there, so that was just luck of the draw, but No Fear must be like, what is going on this game? Dendi, why? What have I done?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes, exactly. Who knows? Oh, mid lane? No, they're gonna be okay. Yeah, it is just funny. I mean, obviously we build up this fake storyline, but Dendi is just wanting to go for basically 3 kills this entire game, of which the Coddle is. And here's another one.
Let the fun begin.
Oh, was it Clockwork? I thought you got the... Oh, yeah, the Coddle. Yeah, yeah. 18 Bloodstone charges now for our Timbersaw after that fight, as he will at least be able to get +1 charge out from our Rubik. Aegis reclaimed now, so we could potentially see Bait go for a few more aggressive plays. With this Aegis, we've gotten a tier 2 in the mid lane, a couple of kills here and there, one onto Dendi, not really thanks to the Aegis, he was just out of position and looking to farm, and now we've amassed a 5k net worth lead here for the Hustlers. So I think overall it's been a productive 5 minutes, although that might come to change here. Xctklpbl is going to miss the spear. It's okay, he was farming the wave anyway. And Xctklpbl had to BKB as well there, so they really don't want to fight. If only Dendi has a BKB, that's nice and all, but a lot of your damage dealers are going to be taken out here at this point. RDO really starting to pack a punch with the Scotty MKB, going for his... actually, TV doesn't even have a BKB yet. Surprised! Yeah, there wasn't enough silence that came out onto him, huh? To stop the Sunder. Yeah, it's merely a suggestion here to our TV for sure. Mars with his, he's doing really great work here with the Blink Dagger. They actually are catching, and actually Xctklpbl, although he did miss a big spear in the mid lane, he's been hitting a lot of clutch spears here as well to save his teammates, save his comrades, and sometimes even set up for kills of his own as illusions. He's just going to be dusting. He thought someone was there. He's got a Blink Dagger of his own now. 2k in the bank here. This Rubik is, actually, he's just 1,000 gold behind his offlaner. Oh no, Dendi. Oh! Yeah, crucially, Overclock, of course, refreshes all of your abilities, including Rocket Flare, which he used to scout Dendi. Dendi, by the time he knew what was coming, it was too late. Last thing that went through his mind was the hook shot. Chain is better. Yeah, exactly. It's a really hard counter in case you can't tell. He does have Ball Lightning level 3 now, but clearly that didn't help him in that instance. But again, Xctklpbl really made an effort there to save Dendi, pushing him away the Clockwork with the Spear of Mars, trying to give him at least a chance to pop the BKB, and did, unfortunately, just it's Clockwork. He's a madman.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Cryptstorm again. Yeah, no way. No way Magical can allow that one to happen. Oh. Ooh. Much like our computers, actually, that could be the issue, so I'm going to be looking up some issues about that, indeed. I can't imagine that our Mars Xctklpbl, he probably meant to pin the DP to the barracks. He just missed, and that allows DP then to just cast all of her spells anyway, and says, thank you for pushing me closer to you so I can Spirit Siphon. But either way, I mean, it was a very bold maneuver, to say the least. And unfortunately, Beta are unable to capitalize off of it. And a DD are in now for Lightless. Roshan, it's going to be a bit of a fast one, up in a minute. Lightless probably going to hold this one in his bottle now for a little bit of time. As he's going to be looking to farm up his MKB right after this one. Thatcher in his backpack. This man has barely got slots remaining, is what I should say. On our Wraith King on Lightless. I mean, he's... exactly. Yeah, exactly here. Roshan, 25 more seconds. Of course, these guys don't know. They should be a little bit more patient. Well, with a clockwork, you're basically guaranteed to know whenever Roche is available or up. Good question. Definitely does seem really strong. Again, it's a bit weaker now that the stun, or sorry, the crit is on a 4-second cooldown rather than just RNG. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Dandy's back. Yeah, good fight there. Dendi kicking it off by, of course, killing his old reliable, basically, in this game. This match, really. And that's the difference between one hookshot and two, right? Because King R, he has to overclock to land the first one. And then when he overclocks to hit the second one, there's actually not enough lockdown here for the Storm Spirit. So he's easily able to get off the BKB and kind of just bait out the overclock for not really much lost. So good read there by Bait, and they're going to be able to execute on a fight, get through one life here of the Wraith King. Of course, he's got many more, potentially infinitely more to play with. He's going to leave his gloves of haste on the ground. I imagine the courier's going to come and pick those up, but he's now got the Basher in the inventory, and he's going to be rocking the Penta Edge Sword here as well, as we get some tier 4s continuing to drop. Yep, Wraith King's got one, Timber's got one. Dendi's dead in the mid lane, perhaps. Do they have more lockdown? No, he's going to get a zip away, though, as Illusion able to turn. Oh, from behind, though, there we have a hookshot now onto Sexy Fat, immediately bursting him down before the Echo Stomp, which catches 4, is going to come out.
Call me twice. Shame on you.
Yeah, I think this game you're not really too scared of the Roche potential that they'd have until there's an Aghanim Scepter on our Storm Spirit. Dendi instead has opted to finish out the complete Bloodthorn here for the guaranteed crits onto Wraith King. Provides True Strike, so I think that's going to be the main reason why he finished it off there. Aegis will go to Magical, actually, and Cheese onto Funnick. But yeah, there's 2 Halberds already.
Gold for my 4.
Ooh, Gandhi? Oh. Well, behind the coddle. Clockworks. Yes, indeed. Stolen Wraith Fire Blast? Oh! Oh, reflected!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh dear, dear.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Indeed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
Yeah, I mean, they're not really too scared of this buyback right now from RDO. He doesn't have BKB for 20 seconds. He's not going to have meta for a whole nother minute and a half. And really, the only advantage in this matchup he has in the core-to-core is the fact that, like you said, you can kind of play him like a Drow versus the Wraith King. And that advantage is now nullified by the fact that, well, you cannot go range form anymore. Big silence. Then he's dead.
Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower are under
Whoa. Let me tell you a little story, folks. Dendy, he knows a little bit about how much cheese will and will not get you. Took a big old chunk of that cheddar after the TI5 All-Star game. He says, he ate the cheese. That's not enough cheese. You need to take a bigger bite. And took a big old bite out of the timber saw there. So well done there. But hey, he sticks around and fights. Unfortunately, will drop the Gem of True Sight on over here to the side of Bates. So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. But a lot of space created here essentially really burns off 40 seconds of the respawn timer here on our Wraith King. That's going to severely limit Bates' impact to really get any objectives after what was a pretty good hold, all things considered. Started that push with a 70k net worth disadvantage here. They're starting to try and bring that one back here slowly but surely. As, yeah, RDO having to buy back there, actually having way more impact than I give him credit for, or than I thought he would have.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Those are nice, I hear. We'll be taking a look here.
Dire's
Abyssal Blade though finished up out for our Wraith King. I don't know if he had it in that last engagement, but he's going to be ready to jump onto someone. Whole lot of lockdown now for TB, or at least effective lockdown. We've got 2 halberds, which is going to be worth 10 seconds of disarm, an Abyssal Blade as well, which is going to be a guaranteed stun against him, even through BKB. And of course, you cannot dispel the halberd debuff with anything, including the BKB. The only thing that can actually dispel it is like death. You know, Wraith King's not going to come back after the reincarnation with halberd. That would be a little bit silly. Second Age is getting reclaimed though by Magical, having to really use neither of them, but. You know, the safety of the Aegis is something very well pleased, or well held. And now we've got the Shiva's Guard and the Sight Device, both completed for our DP. Fight breaking out now. They're going to be trying to jump onto Lightless, but hookshot blocked by the counter image. The Bodyguard, he's going to go ahead and overclock over and jump onto RDO. Nice shot by the Rubik, though. He actually has stolen this hookshot as well. As there's going to now be our PC crashing there. Clockwork taking a little bit of a break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, a double hook shot. I think that's what he had in mind. I really like this DP exorcism, by the way. It's basically just a bunch of little phoenixes that she sends out. It's so cute. But yeah, good fight there, and that's going to be just a kill into the Mars. So not the biggest deal in the world. They didn't have to use Metamorphosis for that, though. Dendy's still alive as well, who is really starting to close in here on the Lincoln Sphere. Just needs the full Perseverance. He's about 500 gold deep into that investment now. Needs a little bit more time to farm, but this DP, all of a sudden, with the amount of control she has, is starting to be a really, really big problem here as our BKB duration starts to run short here. Dendy down to a 5-second BKB. RDO, his is going to be down to 7, and I can't imagine here Sexy Fats is longer than 6s, and indeed that's where he's sitting here currently with his. I think this going to be a Wind Waker as well. Yeah, Wind Waker for the DP, which is going to be another source of counter initiation in case this lineup needed any more of them.
Radiant's
The Wind Waker, really?
are under attack.
Zap.
Fair enough.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Tornadoes are the ones you're looking for. That's true. No, I don't believe so. I think it just describes the vortex rotation or something like that. That's okay. That also happens in the south. Yeah. Good old Tornado Valley, as they call it. Tornado Alley, I should say. Rubik now has his Aeon Disc, Lotus Orb, so he's playing a very, very defensive Rubik here, even with the Blink Dagger. Oh, he's gonna get initiated on though. Missile Blade, that's gonna proc the Aeon Disc after one hit. Sexy Fat looking to fight, turning now onto Lightless, and the damage from RDO, as they cannot actually hit him with the disarm. Oh, it's a long shot! Gets a buyback. They're happy with that. Exactly right. Yeah, outpost control, very good thing to take note of. Immediately, the mental calculus, they probably knew exactly what they wanted to do there. As soon as that buyback came out, they're like, we're good with that one. No more meta. BKB's back off of cooldown. Exo is ending, of course, but Wraith King, now that Reincarnation's cooldown is pretty darn short. 40 seconds here at, well, yep. So he's probably got that by the time he comes back, and you really don't have quite enough utility to burst through him 4 times in one fight. That's just asking a lot. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
He's got a BKB back up. He's got his BKB back up. But yeah, that's exactly right. He can really just hope to try and cut the wave. Exo ready to be used again.
Are fortified.
Wow.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
It really is. It's a slow siege, and it's been a bloody one here. But eventually, Hustlers will leave the bottom lane in ruins. They're gonna get both lanes, or pick up both sets of the barracks, rather. Still having the Ghost Shroud, though. Or the Nether Shell. That's interesting for the Timber. Also, this is incredible. All three. Has this ever happened? You guys have probably way more Dota games than I have. Have you ever seen all 3 games in a best of 3 series take longer than 50 minutes? Okay.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay, fair enough.
Radiant are scanning.
Top tier. They're smoking up here our bait. And it's outside. Yeah, well, you know, he's kind of, I mean, RDO, why didn't you just kill Roche and take one for free instead of spending 6k gold on it? Forehead. Of course, no, I mean, he really is quite restricted by the metamorphosis, isn't he? No such thing as a free lunch, but there is such thing as a free refresher shard.
Scanning.
It is, I agree. We're just going for it. This is risky against the Clockwork, but Roche not lasting that long here. No. They're going again. so much armor!
I open your throat to close your...
No fears here. Dendi, out of mana though, really wants this kill, I'm sure. They're gonna chase after him, but should focus here on objectives. Interestingly enough, RDO made the decision. He actually only used 2 metas in that fight. The first one, when he died, came back barely, somehow, got off the refresher shard. I was afraid he was gonna die without using the BKB, but did actually end up using it. He refreshed and then just BKB'd. He never meted a third time. It was only 2 metas. But it's fine, he didn't need it. It is the second meta. He didn't need it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think hustlers are like, wait a second, I thought we were playing captains, but not ability drive. How come RDO came back with reincarnation and also refresher? That's incredible.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower has fallen. Radiant's plus storm.
Something like that.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Dendi sees no fear. DP's back in 20. She doesn't want to have to buy back, but she might just have to here because they're losing the game.
Has fallen.
What a hype game this one has turned into all of a sudden. Bait, they've really turned this one around. Hold that thought, because Funix sees Dendi low on mana. It's a bit of a hard kill. He's not going to be low enough. He's already out. No way. Oh, he's actually going for 2 times overload attack bonus, by the way, not the 600 remnants. The auto remnant, rather, I should say. Oh, bounces. Thank you for the correction. Oh, divine time. That for RDO. And you can see. He's... Yep, it's D&D time here for RDO. That means Divine and Divine. They're going right on in as they're going to be able to set up here for the kill onto Funix, immediately melting him. I have no idea. I was just all the minus armor I got. I have no clue, to be honest. He was just immediately deleted, dead for 90 seconds. Doesn't have buyback either. 2 auto attacks on the way. That was... Yep. Good hook shot. Oh. GG.